Good evening. Tonight, we're finally back to doing dailies. Celebration, I guess. And we're going to be using melee DPS primarily. Well, I will, and we'll be doing some daily roulettes. Basically, we're going to be going down the list. I will be skipping some of them, notably main scenario and guild test and mentor, as usual. And then we will finish with an alliance raid run. Specifically, this alliance raid, since you need to do it every week. Depending on how much time we have, we might also do this one. But no guarantees on that one. But yeah, welcome. I'm Kaitsuchaiji, and I hope you will enjoy this relaxed stream of doing some dailies. And if you want to join me for these dailies, we are on EU Chaos Louisoix, and my house in game is here. So in 11 bits, Ward 29 and Plot 36. Hey Castle, hey Tristan, hey Aridel, hope you're all doing very well. Apparently, for anyone curious, today was when they opened the cloud-based servers, or the cloud testing servers, which has a lot of stuff going on at it. So there's something, if that's something you feel like participating in, it might be worth looking into, because it is a very limited time we will have it. I believe this morning, well, EU morning, people discovered that this event of starting these test servers included a recreation of the queue times at the start of Endwalker originally. You know the one. Don't you just love it when you want to queue in to play the game and there's like 2,000 people in front of you in queue? Fortunately, it went a little bit faster. Hey Tracy, hey Tay, hope you're both doing very well. But yeah, that was pretty funny to wake up to. I heard that the queue times were a lot shorter, but still very funny to see that come back. Hey Sharo, hope you're doing well. Oh, Tristan is here. Well, we will be starting with expert roulette. Sharo is on the way. All right. Is there anyone who would like to join me for the expert roulette? I'm guessing Sharo would like to join, eh? You can go on there to buy a large size house with all the guild given. Oh yeah, I suppose you could. You would have to make sure you're purchasing it sooner rather than later, so you don't miss the lottery interval, though, unless they're not doing it with lottery. But you could do that. That would certainly be a way. I think that is probably a decent strategy for those that maybe might be on the fence on whether they actually want to have a house to decorate. Like, if you aren't actually sure if you would use it, you could, get a house on the test server and see and go, like, try and put furniture in there, and then maybe you go, huh, this isn't as fun as I thought it would be, and then maybe you don't want a house anymore. It's just a consideration. Who knows? It's just a common thing that if you don't have a house, then you might want one because you don't have one. You won't have the guild for the actual house or any furniture. Well, I mean, you could buy a medium house. If you can trade with other players, then maybe you can, like, convince someone else to hand you some of their money. That's also a good point, Phil. You wouldn't have access to a lot of furniture. I mean, you would have the ability to, you would still have access to all the basic stuff, since they're from vendors. Hey Yumiya, How are you doing? I'm doing well. Hope you are as well. I did wake up with what felt like a little bit of a cold. But I think it has mostly passed. So hopefully I'll be fine. Nope, Tay's here. Right, if you do want to join me for the expert roulette, just come over to me like Gazel has. And if you'd rather just hang out, you can do that. Emia's almost there, and Sharo's also on the way, so I guess Sharo and Emia is saying, wait, we're coming! We want the seats! They're taken! Don't give them to other people. That's fair. But that is true. Another weakness of the test servers is that you're given... I believe you're given level 80 jobs of everything. Specifically level 80, but not for crafters and gatherers. Like, you're given the item, the mock store equivalent of like a level 80 job boost for every job, and you're also getting a story skip. But there is no mock store item to skip the leveling on crafters and gatherers. It's just not there. So you can't. Yeah, so that's why they will be at level 1. I suppose they'd also rather you know, do stuff that results in like a lot of instances, you know, sessions of duties, maybe a lot of solo duties from a lot of people doing an MSQ thing. You know, that kind of stuff, which doesn't happen much if you're crafting or gathering. So I can see why they would try to incentivize people to do combat stuff, which would probably put more stress on the servers, by simply not giving you the capacity to do that. Well, we have a team. We just have to figure out who's healing and who's DPSing. Yeah, Castle writes in game, the HP is different. Is it? Bondi says I can triple weave on the Cloud DC. I mean, I would still not recommend doing that, just in general. But that's great. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. It would make sense if they actually use the the tools they're testing for something, right? That would make sense. Oops, I forgot to put up Shadow of Death before I did all that. Oh well. At least I remembered a part ways through. That's fair, Bondi. You said you had 12 ping? the reason why I say I still don't recommend doing it is because I typically play on around 20 ping, and sometimes I will still clip the GCD if I'm trying to triple weave. So I just don't recommend it. I don't know what's causing that, but it's just not reliable to do it, in my experience. So that's why I'm saying it might be a bad idea. But I'm guessing what you meant is just that you observed that you could, not that you were going to do it. Just live in the server room, 5-head. The big brain strats. Wasted a little bit of resources there. More in Shroud. It's not to say, Bondi, that there's a reason why, like, there's no reason to go for triple weaving when there's hardly any benefit to it. Especially when, as you said, it's not perfect. But I'm sure it might be it would feel great to go from, what was it you used to play on? Like, is it like 200, Bundy? Or was it a lot less than that? It would still feel great to like get a decent ping if you're used to something that isn't super great. Hey Cerebral Kitty, I hope you're doing well. Lucky to go under 200 ping. The last time I remember having to just like play on 200 ping and having like basically nothing I can do about it and just having to deal was many years ago. I played League of Legends on the NA servers back when the game was still pretty new, and it was basically like common knowledge that the EU servers were kinda bad. So like generally you'd settle for playing on the good server but with bad connection. And that meant that I had to deal with, you know, 200 ping typically. Which was not fun. Spending all the resources. $70 ping was enough that you couldn't play Machinist without a VPN? Well, that's not good. How could that happen? Is it that tight? Let's see, with 70 ping, your GCD, well, your animation lock on your GCD would be, well, around 0.64 if it was a consistent 70. And no, that would be perfectly fine for any job, really. Like, most of my guides, I assume you have a ping of around 60 based on the 0.625 animation lock thing that I always talk about. That should align with the GCD of 0.6 with about around 60. But the thing is, if your ping is, you know, around 70, then what you actually have is probably, you know, around that, like not exactly that. And if that's true, then, well, if it goes a lot higher than 70, or not actually that much higher, like if it spikes to like 130, then you no longer can play Machinist with the hypercharge window. Like, then that stops being feasible. So it isn't that far, and relatively speaking, once you're already at 70, that extra jump isn't too surprising. Because internet weird. Yeah, that's the thing, is that one thing is what ping you're seeing when you check, and a different thing is what you have when you're actively playing, right? If you're testing your ping, like as you're about, like when you're figuring it out, then you might, you know, not be doing other stuff while you're testing, which would mean that you have so to speak, more interwebs to work with. And by having that, you might have a slightly better connection when you're not also, like, you know, have music going, maybe you're watching a video on the other monitor, whatever it is. And that might have an impact. There's also the part that When you're actually playing and raiding might be in the time frame where the connection in your local area is a lot more impacted. Like, for example, many years ago when I had a much worse connection, you could feel it when kids were home on holidays and stuff. You could feel that suddenly your connection was worse. So if you see, well, my connection is fine in the morning and the afternoon. Why is it weird in the evening? Well, that's because everyone else is home in the evening. I don't know if that's the actual reason. It can be a whole slew of different reasons of why your connection might be worse at different times. But I am pretty confident, as Phil also kind of indicated, that at 70 ping, you should be able to play the game perfectly fine. Like, the limitation you'd face there is you can't triple weave. But I mean, that was never needed. I'm pretty sure it isn't needed, at least. I don't think we will actually get Limit Break 3, Limit Break 2 in time for it to matter, so I'm just going to use it now. But yeah, when I say I don't recommend triple weaving, it's genuinely because I can't actually triple weave consistently without like clipping the GCD. And I do play on around 20 ping, like 20 ms. It should be possible. Like, everything, like, in theory says that it should be possible. Oh, what's that weapon? It should be possible, but I can't. Like, not consistently. Like I might sometimes, but simply because sometimes you have a little weirdness in the ping. But technically, anything below like 62 ping should, according to the theory and understanding we have of how the animation lock works, says that triple weaving should be possible on like less than 60 ms. In reality, I feel like it's not the case, so it might be possible that animation locks aren't exactly half a second plus 2 times your latency. It might be more complicated than that, but that tends to work. It's just that also because of, you know, skill speed and the like. Usually, even if you had an exceptional connection, it would still not work. The Mayfolk adult. The Mayfolk adult, is that the name? It says, imagine playing with less than 200 ping. As I said, so as I was explaining earlier, I was playing like over a decade ago. I was playing League of Legends on like 200 ms, like a stable, consistent 200 ms. Which is, I mean, if you're not trying to be like some, like professional mega tryhard, that's probably fine. Maybe a mistake there was playing League. I mean, I will actually say that what caused me to quit League of Legends was because of the toxic community. But I actually started on the game before the meta existed. Like, before you always sent, you know, Bruiser top I played before it was called a bruiser. Support marksman bottom I played before it was a marksman. Usually a mage of some sort mid and a jungler to the jungler to the jungle of some sort. Back then it was just complete chaos. Just absolute chaos with no rules, which meant that it was not uncommon for me to go Taric and Nivea top or bottom, whichever one worked. That was back before ranked existed, so it wasn't so bad, and people weren't so toxic. But I quit the game because of the toxicity, so you're probably right, Phil, that I would have been wrong to play the game because of the toxicity. Hey Margaret, was it you that said hello as Bart before? Just, I don't know. Fair enough. Hope you're doing well. Vasht says, as an American who plays on Chaos, how bad is it? I would assume that you would have problems as well. But yeah, Umi asks, why would you do that to yourself? So as I was saying during the dungeon run, a long time ago, you know, the lands before ranked League of Legends, the European servers were being handled by not Riot Games, to my memory at least, and they were known to not be good, like terribly bad servers in comparison, allegedly. So people generally recommended to play on the NA servers regardless of your connection, because that was better. Like the alternative was worse, to play on the alleged unstable and bad EU servers. And this changed some years later when Riot Games took over the EU servers themselves. And that's when I then made a new account on EU to play on. Which was very sad, because it meant that I lost like time-sensitive skins such as Earth the Manatee Warwick skins. Bundy says, League is fun, but the community ruins it. Every so often you get that rare game where you get 10 people that are decent humans, and it's amazing. I've heard that the strategy to make it feel like that it's every game is to hide and disable chat, so that people can't swear at you. I've heard that's like the big galaxy brain move, is just disable chat, so people can't be toxic. And then it might feel like your group is all not bad. In South America. Yeah, I could imagine that, like, if playing Final Fantasy XIV, or actually to some degree a lot of multiplayer games in general, it might be really difficult to play anything with a decent connection, because like if you're in like South America, or even like South Africa, or Africa even, you might be really far away from the servers, because it's like most games, like NA server, EU server, maybe like an Asia server, and then like maybe an oceanic server, and that's it. Then you just have to deal with it. That might be really difficult. That's also true. It doesn't change the fact that people can just grief physically by just being weird in the games. Right. So next we are doing level 90 dungeons. Should we just go with the same team? Or is there anyone else that would really like to come along and we should rearrange? Should we just continue on? That is true. There are a bunch of games that have like South American servers. But it still does suck that some games just don't. I'm glad to hear that, Murphy. I'm glad you found it helpful. Thank you. And yeah, that is sometimes how it is, Tentacles, that sometimes... Like, the difficult part is that you would have to move a little sooner, simply because of how the game is, like, programmed. I've usually described it as... there's a ghost that is like around half to a full second behind you. That's what the server's seeing. And then an additional half to a full second behind that is what your team is seeing. Which does make things harder. Remember Sprint Shade? Uh-oh. Wait, why did I not alternate the combos? I'm really, really distracted there. Remember Sprint. You blame it on your Mikote tail. That is like that is some big brain blame game. Oh no! I didn't move late on the AoE. It's just that there's like a disadvantage to playing Mikote. Yeah, we have like a weirdly elongated hitbox because of our tails. Really strange. I don't know why they coded it like that. Couldn't possibly explain it to you. Just take my word for it. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. Takes off of copium. It's not me. It's the tail's fault. When was that, Fel? You're saying there was a time when Fuko was supposed to give us Zen? When was this? According to who? In the job action trailer for Endwalker, it gave you the same Zen as Yukigase. How could you see that in the trailer? I'm pretty sure they didn't really show the UI. Or do I remember that wrong? It does look like it could make sense that it did that. It had an icy effect on it, so yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking. That it would be an if nothing else, it would be an incredibly easy mix-up if it had the icy effect. If I remember correctly, I seem to recall that some people looked at it and thought, do they get a third AoE spender? Or like third AoE combo finisher to get the third Zen? I do remember hearing about that, but I don't remember like seeing actual proof of it. Hey Chris, I hope you're doing well. And that's the thing with the human memory. It's very easy to convince yourself, if you remember something in a specific way, that was actually how it went. I can't remember if it was actually clear, which is why I said I don't think they showed the UI. And if you're pretty convinced that they are, the only way we would be able to know for sure is if someone, like someone who isn't in the middle of a dungeon and streaming, just, you know, straight up just found the clip. It shows the UI, but they use Make Sure Shisui first, so it's impossible to tell. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. If they used Make Sure Shisui and then Fuko, then I'm pretty confident that that they actually might have been intended, as you said, that it should give the third Zen. And be a third option for finishers. That could make sense. I think I remember thinking about this and going, well, it kind of makes sense, because then you can alternate between the two buff finishers and then use this new finisher, or well, combo finisher that generates extra Kenki, right, for more damage. And that way, like, get slightly more damage. Yeah, I'm talking about Samurai in like a professional way. Now I'm here playing Samurai like, button close, I press. I mean, I'm pretty sure the average, your average Samurai player might not actually know that their big favorite flashy button to press is called Midare Setsugeka. But that's the thing, you don't know how, don't need to know how things are called to be able to play a job. Yeah, Midare Setsugeka is the one with all the pretty stickers, that is correct. Don't you just yell Bankai and kill everything? Is that not how you play Samurai? I guess some would. I'm also pretty confident that some people will recognize that the all sticker spender is also known as Swing Swing. You know the one. Swing Swing. While you were learning your rotation, I studied the blade. Just like Golbez. But yeah, now that we've been talking about it a little bit, I do remember seeing the animation for Fuko and going, oh, they're getting the ability to like make the third Zen on AoE. I'm not sure what they're supposed to do that. Like, I'm not sure what they're supposed to do with that, but I mean, cool, I guess. And I'm guessing that the design team came with the same conclusion of, wait, what's the point of Samurai being able to generate all 3 Zen on AoE? Like, what are we doing here? What's the benefit to all this? Like, what would the actual selling point be of doing that? And then came to the conclusion the answer was they wouldn't get very much out of it. It was an extreme overkill of an additional button on a job that already has, you know, about 3 action bars worth. No need. No need. And then they removed a button instead. F for Kaiten. Yeah, Aerodel says, when I play Machinist, I never forget to weave pew pew with kaboom. Indeed, exactly. Aerodel's getting it. I really like to use the many pew sounds attack. I believe it might be called chainsaw. I like to use that one more like first on AoE. It sounds like almost like a machine gun sometimes. At least to me. Gleaming says, what's this about? I'm hearing about a test server. Is this like a cloud server where they're testing from today, and is it a week forward to test if they like the stability? This fight is always so awkward in the opener. You don't have very long, it's just, hurry, do stuff before the boss leaves. Come on now. And that is actually a really good moment to eat the fairy when we're just hanging out here. Aha! This boss, otherwise known as Practice That One Bit in Fall Guys. Aha! Magnitude Opus. I call it free Kenki. Maybe I can make it. I can. Aha! Bested by my genius. Third eye value. Exactly. Raid wide, pretty sure it's called free DPS. Should have waited one GCD with that Midari. Right, the limit break. Oh right. I actually skipped it because like maybe we can get a limit break too, and then the boss is nearly dead. Yeah, this particular boss really... It just sucks if you're a job that doesn't really like 20 seconds of downtime. I could imagine that... Well, Black Mage is like the clear mega loser on that particular fight. Like, absolutely, because you're going to lose Umbral Ice or Astral Fire. Hopefully you end in Umbral Ice at the very least. Like, if you end in Umbral Ice, then you will at least be able to, like, restart. But among other jobs, I don't know, maybe a Gunbreaker would find it really annoying, because it's going to be really hard to get a proper No Mercy window after that. I could imagine a Bard, if they get yoinked into just the wrong time, where they have no song running. So like their entire song setup just gets ruined right at the outset. I guess Dragoon might also find it annoying, because then suddenly you don't get to jump. But I think Black Mage is like the biggest loser in that. Right, next we're doing 5, 6, 7, 8. Just going to move over here. Anyone that wants to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8 Dungeon Roulette, come over to me, and then we'll figure out who we're bringing. Exactly, it messes with the Stardiver. Right, looks like Shade would like to sit that one out. Gail says it's a dungeon, who cares about parsing dungeon? Well, it's not about parsing. In this case, it's just that a lot of players like playing their job right, and it sucks to play it wrong then, and it just doesn't feel nice. It's not about parsing even. Like, here's the thing, I can recognize that it sucks to lose Umbral Ice or Astral Fire, and I don't use a DPS meter. So, you know, it's not necessarily about parsing, it just kinda sucks. Because you can't do anything about it. I'm pretty sure one of the reasons why monks stopped having Greased Lightning as like a buff to maintain was because it simply sucked so much when it dropped. And there were so many situations where there was just nothing you could do about it. You might say, well, isn't that the same with Black Mage? But the thing is, the way Greased Lightning worked, the old Greased Lightning before they reworked it to just be a passive, is that every time you did a step 3 combo step, so one of these, you got one stack of Greased Lightning, and each stack basically did this, and then also increased your damage by like 10% each. They've adjusted the potencies to match with that no longer being the case. But that meant that you effectively would have to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then you would be back at 3. And in Shadowbringers, they made it so that if you were in Fists of Wind, you could go up to 4. So you would go into Fists of Fire, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, Fists of Wind, and then another 1, 2, 3. That was like what you had to do to recover, and the reason why I say to recover is because Perfect Balance back then, I believe, gave you 6 uses instead of, 3 in sets. I'm pretty sure it just gave you 6, which meant you could, just snap punch 4 times to fix it. But Perfect Balance was a DPS gain to use on cooldown, of course. So if you suddenly unexpectedly lost Greased Lightning, then Perfect Balance was not available. So it just really sucked to lose it, especially if you lost it because you couldn't use Anatman, which, by the way, used to freeze your Greased Lightning effect's duration. I believe it also maxed it out. Because you can't do that during a cutscene for some reason. Just as an example, there was a lot to go there. Compare that to Black Mage, where if your buff drops, well, at least you can just use Blizzard 3, and now you're kind of up and running again, right? It's not too bad, but it still kind of sucks. Gave you one... Yeah, exactly, it gave you... Well, Anatman, if I remember correctly, Anatman gave you 1 stack when it was used, and then every 3 seconds, and getting the stack reset it. but it's technically a weapon skill masquerading as an ability, because if you read it, it says that it triggers the cooldown of weapon skills. Why? Because otherwise you would be able to weave a Natman for a free greased lightning stack. I can't remember if it gave it one immediately or if it just gave it every 3 seconds. I'm not 100% on that. But the idea of a Natman was that the reason why it really kind of sucks now is because the thing that made a Natman valuable was that it could maintain your greased lightning. Ah, yeah, you're right, Phil. Let me see, let's see here. Whoops, we have the version history for Natman. 5.0 added to the game. 5.1 now triggers the cooldown of weapon skills upon execution and cannot be executed during weapon skill cooldown. So what this means is that if you knew when the next server tick was, you could just weave a Natman and then maybe get a free greased lightning stack. I do remember hearing about this. And then the reason why it was completely revamped is because, well, because Monk got reworked. Very interesting. Hey HK, hope you're doing well. Right, so, dungeon time. They need to fix... all they need to fix is let us Umbral Soul during the spinny. The thing is, I don't know, like, is there a way to make Black Mage work without being too different? Oh, this is great. This is great. Ninja without Horizon or Armor Crush? Wow, I love this. At least I have an AoE attack, right? Yeah, exactly. Not Snowcloak. Yeah, I wonder if there would be a way to, like... Oh, I should probably have used Cassaps on that. Oh well. Everything's already dead. But if there was a way to make it so that... When did that spawn? I didn't even enter combat with it. So that we could make Black Mage function. Mostly how it is today. Without durations on your... without durations on Umbral Ice or Astral Fire. So that you can just not do that. The reason why I say is it possible to do that is because if just like, let's say January, new patch, Umbral Ice and Astral Fire no longer has a duration. This would mean that you would be able to do a lot more like weird transpose tricks, because you no longer have any reason to use Fire Paradox. Now, you could just use Fire 4 if you wanted to. They could just change that. They could also just make it so that when you enter Astral Fire, you get a certain number of stacks to use. Like they could do that, I guess. Oh, I didn't expect it to just disappear like that. Imagine having an AoE attack before level 40. Dragoons in shambles. Oh, I need to invest a ninjutsu into Futon now. Don't you just love ninja without armor crush? It's the best. I mean, we don't need to have an AoE by level 1, but I do feel like it would make more sense if Jobs had an AoE for the first dungeon. It doesn't even it doesn't necessarily have to be level 15. Given the amount of XP you get for the MSQ, if you just stick to one job for the entirety of the MSQ up to that point, I'm pretty confident that most players are going to be like level 18 by the time that Sastasha comes around. Right? I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I do agree that it would be nice. The argument that it makes jobs distinctly different. I've talked about this before, that jobs, what makes jobs unique and special are their weaknesses rather than their strengths. But given that the first 50 levels of the game, the first 40 levels even, are an extremely small part of the game, I feel like it's not really fair to say that that's like a special thing, that oh yeah, melee jobs can't use AoE until like level 30 something unless they're a Reaper. I believe Samurai also gets their first AoE surprisingly early. So yeah, I agree on that, and ultimately we really should, all jobs should have an AoE by that point. Maybe not healers. I don't know about that. Maybe that makes more sense? I don't know. You need to be a veteran to know how to swing your weapon in a circle. Look, right? Not just any random rogue person has this many knives in their back pocket, right? Like it's not something just anyone could do, is throw this many knives out of their back pocket. The thing is, with ranged physical, which includes Dancer, they all get their AoE by in time for Sastasha. All ranged physical. It's just melee DPS that gets screwed over in this particular regard. Just melee DPS and no one else. Are you kidding me? My Doton! Oh man, you have got it. You're in for it now, Vice-Gerent. You just stole my Doton. Well, Fel, Sastasha is level 15 to 18. So you would still have it in Sastasha. That's true, Rogue's Code. You're only allowed to throw one per level you are. That's a pretty good one. Oh boy. This is a very, very awkward battle. There's a lot of ads. I think I'm just not going to use Doton for this. This is a lot of chaos. Maybe just stockpile a little bit. That is true. You could have you could end up in a situation where you don't have your AoE in Sastasha, but I can say that if you are actually level 15 in Sastasha, then you can't pull any more than this. And one of them's ranged. You could do that, but I'm also pretty sure that if you're doing Sastasha like genuinely as a level 15, you're very likely to exit Sastasha as like level 18 at the very least. Like at least level 18. possibly level 19. I guess maybe if you have road to 80. But it is true that you could end up in a situation like that. But I'm pretty sure it's unlikely that you will enter the dungeon as level 18 if you're doing the story normally. Like if you're doing the MSQ as is. That's on me. I guess I was a little fast on the trigger there. Thank you, Gazel. Hey Kitsu, hope you're doing well. How does duties go? I feel like it's been going pretty well. I've only made a lot of mistakes, but who knows how many all you guys have seen. Plane Cracker. That's a blue mage action. I'll do this one. Speaking of some like old school shine up the game could really use. These old dungeons where it's like, would you like to do the thing you have to do to actually progress the dungeon? You know what I mean? Would you like to use the key to open the door to move forward? Yes. I'm pretty sure the answer to that is yes every time. Why are you asking? Exactly, Gail. It's like the terms of agreement. You just bought a game. You're trying to install, and then like you have to sign this, or you can't play the game. Then yes, I guess. Oh, Gazel is not doing well. Very, very dangerous HP amounts. I'm over here like, I'll just use my jutsus and then I'll use limit break and then the boss just dies. Oh. Angels, as I assume, terms of service for games are required by law or something. Well, I believe, not a lawyer, just big disclaimer. Like, I don't have one to like put over the screen, but just imagine like a big disclaimer box appearing. Like, not a lawyer, but I'm pretty sure that part of the reason why we have the the terms of service is that, well, they had to legally explain to you how all this works. Like, for example, it is like the simplified version of what you agree to when you like sign the terms of agreement or terms of service to make an MMO account is like, to put it extremely simply, you're basically signing that they own the account. You're just borrowing it. So they can void the account whenever if they feel like it for any reason. You might not agree with the reason, but you signed it because you have to, because they'll not sell you the account. They will only let you borrow it. Like, that's like, I believe, the common super simplified explanation, right? But I'm not a lawyer. And I've never sat down to read the like an entire terms of service. I think like years ago that my brother sat down and actually read somewhat through the Facebook account terms of agreement and stuff like that. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Because there's a lot of it. Exactly, hashtag not legal advice. And HK says terms of service aren't required, but recommended. Understandable. Like, it means that the company can agree with you legally to some stuff. Usually the things you agree to are, like, pretty mundane stuff. If you don't agree to the terms of service, you get a minus 100% damage down for the rest of the fight. Now that would be very effective. Sign this. Angel says, by the way, if you give someone legal advice, they are your lawyer by an extension. Oh. Well, as I said, hashtag not legal advice. Generally, you shouldn't take legal advice from some guy on the internet. You should probably, like, if you're going to court on something, you should probably make sure that you have, like, a lawyer that you've paid for. Oh, nice. Boiled egg. I believe that's HK, right? Exactly. If you want legal advice, seek an actual lawyer. Angel says that's why when I watch Legal Eagle, I also watch Legal Eagle. He's very, very entertaining. He does love using not legal advice. But that is pretty healthy, and he would probably know that you should probably not take legal advice, not even from him over the internet on a video. Also because the stuff that he will be talking about in his video is like, it applies to specifically the case that he is talking about in that immediate moment, right? So if you take that to court, they'll be like, yeah, but that was that and this is this. Source, trust me, bro. Phil says, Your Honor, Kayatsuchaiji channel told me this was legal. Ah, okay. Not guilty. Don't get caught. That's a classic. Right. So, if you want to come along for leveling roulette, come over to me. I'll just move over here so that people aren't just already standing there and maybe are AFK. And then we'll figure out who we're bringing. If there's more than if we're more than 4, we'll have to figure that out. A small lizard said it was okay. I mean, Emir, you're very welcome to play DPS, but that's not high enough. Sorry. White-haired lizard giving legal advice. Mod 11. Right. I guess. Well, I was actually also thinking monk. Whoops. We will not be getting Sastasha because I remembered to set it to limited. I'm very smart. Heloni blessed this stream to take me out of the pain that is leveling up all crafters. How far are you? You are now legally required to hum Kung Fu Fighting every time you play Monk. Not legal advice. And it's Autumn Vale. Aurum Vale, Aurum Vale. It's Aurum Vale. That is I suppose that is technically a very safe strategy. Oh, I don't even I was just thinking, oh no, and then I have to deal with bad perfect balance, but I don't even have perfect balance at this level. Perfect. Genius solution. I've solved the problem, everyone. Just don't have perfect balance, Lamau. Yeah, Beast Chakra who? It's very weird to play a monk without Dragon Kick. Just it feels like something's missing. How do I do Dragon Kick rotation now? You don't. You just auto attack the boss until it dies. Guess you just don't do anything. Remember to, like, at least eat a fruit after the fight, because the debuff stays. One at 90, one at 70, the other are at 60. Well, could be worse. I also leveled all of the crafters like in one fell swoop. But my character doesn't like fruits. Well, I think your character also doesn't like dying. Just choke it down. Very nice pull. This is one of those where it's very common to pull more than you actually need to. The thing is with those Veil Wasps is that if you enter the room at just the right time, they might be entirely skippable, but there's no point waiting for them to leave. Like, it's always better to just move. Just cleave them down. Yeah, that is true, Merfolk. The lazy way, which I often recommend when people are like, I want my crafters leveled up, but I just can't be bothered. The lazy way is simply just do the daily Grand Company hand-in. If you're not on the free trial, you can buy the hand-in item. You can just buy it. Problem solved. I keep forgetting Twin Snakes because I don't have Dragon Kick. Grr. Really weird, I know, but that's the reason I'm like, but Bootshine goes with True Strike. Who does crafter leveling on free trial? Kitsuneko, are you here? Kitsuneko, you leveled crafters on free trial, didn't you? Kitsu doesn't count. Oh. Kitsu's too powerful for this world. Exactly, Cheryl. I do believe that it would take an incredible amount of willpower to force yourself to not eat if you have to survive. Like, if the food is right there. Hey, Nikolai. Hope you're doing well. You know, on the one hand, not having something like form shift in these lower levels makes it a little, it's mildly annoying. On the other hand, it's very, very, very relaxing. I didn't mean to use mantra there, but here we are. It's very relaxing to play Monk in this level range where it's just 1, 2, 3 combos and then an OGCD every now and then. Very nice. If you had this kind of strong willpower, you would be the perfect and most strongest Green Lantern in existence. I suppose so. I mean, I have heard stories about some incredible things some monks have been capable of doing, like in real life. Not the kind of monks that just punch and kick like here. Ah, the good old limit break emote. I'll try to remember. Boonk, boonk. Yeah, for example, that JL, there's also a monk that, I don't know if you've seen the pictures of, like, I'm pretty sure it's like a monk, maybe it's a priest, who's just had their hand up in the air like this for so long that it's basically a skeleton. It, like, the arm is probably already dead, but it's still attached to him, so... I'm pretty sure that everything in his brain at some point, at the very least, told him to put down the hand. And he just forced his way through that. What? I don't have that? Weird. I haven't done Aurum Vale enough, it seems. But now I do. Kids who tells their parents to clean their room. Is this some sort of a Chuck Norris comparison? Right. Next we're doing trials. So anyone that wants to come along can come over here and then we'll figure out who we're bringing. It seems like we already suddenly have 8 if everyone here wants to come along. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is that 9? Let's see if I can count the people that are not in the group. I think we have 10, actually. Oh. Okay. What we... The options are... Okay, though, that also works. I think we've just dropped down to 7. And now we're 7. Do we have a player 8? Any player 8ers? Counting is hard. Look, man, in my defense, the smarter and bigger brain math degree you get, the worse you get at the counting in your head. Just take my word for it. Sources trust me, bro. I broke Titan's heart. Am I a bad person? Depends on how you broke it and what you, like, in what context you broke it, I think. Right. I think, like, Alexander's army is slowly appearing over there. Just a little bit at a time. Like, next time we come out of a roulette, that, like, actual Alexander's just sitting there. Hey, Zach. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you could say melee DPS is the topic. I broke it with my Gates of Babylon attack. Ooh, Leviathan. Interesting. I kind of finished my combo there. I don't know if that full thrust actually ended up counting, but I kind of did it. Kinda. Oh right, there was this weird discovery someone randomly told me about. Oh yeah, the back of the boss is actually on the tail. So if you have, like, back positionals, you have to make sure you're attacking the tail. Well, Zach, it all comes with practice. Someone click the converter? Why is everyone just waiting for me to do it? I don't think that was fast enough. Why were you all looking at me? I was literally just huffing from the other side of the arena with all of my movement options on cooldown. I have to press, like, the elemental converter over there. I'll mark it for you. If I can. This thing has to be pressed when Leviathan leaves at that moment. Like, you have to do it or that happens. Oh, he left faster this time. A true Leviathan moment, indeed. Oh, I'm marked now. Incredible. Mechanics in my random trial? Nani? It's fine, I'll just save my elusive jump to get to the other side if I need to. Are you serious? Just see all of those circle AoEs. Yeah, it's also dangerous to just stand there before you need to click it because of that. It's just a big combination of oops. Who is tanking the head? I'm always uncertain on this particular subject. I don't actually know if a tank has to be in melee range with the head, but I do seem to recall that a tank has to be in melee range of the tail. It's really weird. It is a very confusing trial. We can absolutely agree on that. Apparently you can jump while sliding and it will just keep sliding you. I actually thought it would stop you. Make food out of the Leviathan. Make food out of the... Something is happening over there. Something. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like something's happening over there. Strange. Don't worry about it. Right, Shinryu is also a really good example of these kinds of fights. A very good example. Actually a better example, I would say. Why? Because the fake out that Shinryu uses happens like less than 1 minute into the fight. He just goes Lamau and yeets you off the arena if you don't know. Just like that. Like, that's way better if you're going to do like a fake out like that right at the start. Like, well, put it right at the start instead of some mechanic that kills you if you don't know to click the button. I wonder. I didn't play in A Realm Reborn, but I'm wondering when people got Leviathan for the first time, how long did it take before people went, "Oh, that's what it's for." Right, indeed, that makes sense. Zach knows 4 wipes. Exactly 4. You played in 1. Well, I was thinking 2.0, which was when this Leviathan existed at least. I don't know if it also was like that in 1.0. And I wouldn't know for certain. All I know about 1.0 is like Aurum Vale was a raid. At least in Bismarck, it tells you when to use Dragon Killers. Does he do that in like a text in the middle of the fight? JL says, remember the Smith tells DPS it's their job to interact with objects in the arena. Does he actually say that? Because, and the thing is, we also have to remember that the Smith also says that it's the DPS's job to help pick up ads for the tank. The Smith also says that. So... oh yeah, that is true. There's that fight where the DPS has to flip a switch. That is true. I think I just was so focused on the part where he's like, yeah, so DPS, you need to actually help get the ads over to the tank. I was so surprised by that. Leviathan was not a fight in 1.0, but it appeared in a cutscene. Praetorium was an 8-man raid in 2.0 as well. Praetorium stopped being an 8-man raid. Was it in like super late Shadowbringers or was it early Endwalker? A DPS doing mechanics in my Final Fantasy 14? A DPS doing something in my Final Fantasy 14? Hey, watch out! Hope you're doing well. It seems like our group is pretty well prepped for Alliance raids. Maybe we should do that one next. I think I'll go with Reaper. I think it's going to be extremely fun. I'm going with Reaper because I'm guessing that the game will give us like Void Arc, especially if no one has Void Arc unlocked. It's just because it wants me to not have the level 50 rotation. Old Praetorium was a nightmare. Like that's the kind of dungeon that I don't really like. Generally dungeons where there's like 2 or more common prevailing strategies, and if not everyone knows the most common strategy, things get weird. I don't like those. I don't like doing Stone Vigil particularly much for the same reason. Because you don't know if the tank is just going to go vroom, and you absolutely don't know if the healer's ready for it. Ooh, done Scathe. What do we have? Oh, we have Soul Slice. JL, I think you're thinking of something else. Memoria Misera has always been an 8-man extreme trial. Speaking of Shinru's insta-vibing you, Death Gaze. Indeed. Castrum. Right. I don't think that was ever 24. Do you mean... are you actually thinking of Castrum Lacus Latore in Bosia, since Memoria Misera was what you brought up? You could also be thinking of Delubrum Reginae. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't Labyrinth of the Ancients. This isn't what I signed up for. Why do I have a cooldown called Soul Slice? What happened there? What's going on here? Random tornadoes. Random tornadoes. Uh-oh. We have a death! No! No! What if you wanted to survive? But Death Gaze said, Void Arrow 4. I think this angle should work. I'm pretty sure. Oh, right. Of course. He had a follow-up attack that I wasn't looking at. Oh, Doomsay. That is one of the scariest, like, debuffs he can apply, in my opinion. Just because... Have you ever been, like, gotten the Doom from Doomsay? And just watched the healers as they promptly didn't remove it from you because they didn't know? Have you ever experienced that? It just sucks. You're just sitting there like, just one Isuna is all I ask. I don't care that you've topped me up. That doesn't help. I'm going to die. Triple kill! Oh, now I am the one with Doom. Thank you. What's worse? A Doom where they need to use Isuna, or a Doom where the healers need to heal you the full? I would say that depends on like what your group consists of. Oh, that's a lot of people that just died. It's okay. I will use Limit Break right here, risking being stuck as he casts Death again. Nailed it. I think it depends. Like, if the thing is, if you're in a group where people don't know that Isuna needs to be used on Doom sometimes, then the Isuna Doom is a death sentence. If you are in a group with weak healers, or alternatively, you can't heal yourself, then the Doom where you need to get healed up is scarier. For some reason, I feel like the Doom where you have to get healed up is less scary, because for some reason it feels like it's so common that most people just deal with it automatically. But I think it depends on the situation. It also depends on how long your group has to deal with those Dooms, I guess. That's true. Bard can just deal with it themselves. I think that's actually a really interesting, like, weirdly excessive optimization strategy on what's her name? The goth girl, I believe, in the in Lapis Manalis. Oh, I forgot there's another one over there, so now I'm petrified. Guess I wasn't the only one that forgot. But I believe it's either her or the Eye boss in Fell Court of Troya, where they have a... Right, it's the boss in Fell Court of Troya. They have a glare mechanic that gives you Doom. So what a Bard can do is just give Warden's Paean to either themselves or their DPS partner, if their DPS partner would benefit more from not having to look away. That's the key thing, is that while you could use it on yourself, more importantly, you can use it on your co-DPS, who might do more damage than you. Yeah, exactly, watch out. The thing is also that I don't believe the game ever explains or brings up that the bar, like the bluish white bar over debuffs, means you can remove this. I'm pretty sure the game doesn't actually explain that. So unless you looked it up or tested it yourself, the thing that is supposed to explain that just isn't there. Right? You don't know. Oh, I thought that was going to be way bigger. Yeah, exactly, my folk. It's not really stated. Watch Owl also learned it from me. Exactly, now you know. There's a reason why all of my healer guides spell this out. And because how else would you know? I mean, Punch Cat, it's better that you tried than you just gave up, right? Uh-oh. 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 I don't think we did it. Did we do it? Wait, did he skip the mechanic? Did he skip the mechanic? It didn't seem like it resolved properly. The thing is, now some of you are saying I'm baby. The thing is, because of the age of Final Fantasy XIV, how long do you have to have played Final Fantasy XIV to truly be able to say, oh, I'm not like a new player? Like, how long does that take? I believe it takes long enough to become what could be considered not a new player, that it's not actually about how long you've played, it's more so about how much effort you've put into learning things. To some degree, how fast you progress as a player in knowledge can be dependent on how much you know beforehand. Like, I came into Final Fantasy XIV with like around 15 years of WoW. So a lot of things were just like, oh yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense. Because I played a different game that is similar. And the only way you can, as a new player, like make up for the difference is by just looking up a lot of stuff. And a lot of these things are so specific that you wouldn't know to look for them. Murphy says, I came into Final Fantasy XIV with 10 years of Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom knowledge. This has not helped me. Yeah, it's not quite the same. There was this, I believe it was an April Fool's video, I think it was, where I believe it's like Ida fighting, what's her name, from Castrum? In like a fighting game style perspective. With punish the boss attack. Olivia. But I don't think that would help you very much with the fighting game knowledge. I've also brought up previously that I have a friend who mentioned that they had a few friends who came into Final Fantasy XIV who claimed they knew what they were doing and that they were really good at the game, given that they were really good at Dark Souls. And I played with them a couple times, and not really. You can't really translate Dark Souls knowledge to Final Fantasy XIV. It's just not the same. I don't know if it's the dodge roll that was missing. If you die, remember to DP on wake up. Exactly, Punchcat. There's like a lot of things, like general... Oh, I think he's going to die. Oh, what? Huh? What was that mix-up? Like, there's a lot of things that make perfect sense by, like, MMO logic, but makes no sense by, like, gaming logic. Like, for example, how attacks snapshot in Final Fantasy XIV makes no sense if you come from almost any other game, because it feels so completely weird. I don't think I've ever gotten a chase mark on this boss. I don't think I've ever seen that on this boss. Oh right, limit break. Hey, someone else got it. I completely forget that you get a limit break 3 for that. The video is called Ultimate Fight Final Fantasy on the official channel. Well, there you go. The boss has mix-ups, very fight game-like. Indeed, Orion. And Thoth says, it was a big adjustment for me coming from WoW, which I played for several years. Yeah, I'm sure it was also a big change for me. It's just that I came into the game like back and forth for a while, enough times that the last time I returned to the game, I just came into the game like, oh, well, all of this makes perfect sense. Like, most of the mechanics in Final Fantasy XIV, many of the things that I teach in my videos, like just general game mechanics, are stuff where I'm just like, oh yeah, of course I know that. When did I look this up? I don't know. I don't remember how or when exactly I learned what GCDs and OGCDs and how they work in Final Fantasy XIV. I just know that I know. Akaguro says, do you think someone getting Necromancer is an indicator that they're a good player? I don't understand. Oh, right, the title. I've talked about this before. If you have the a legend title, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're good at everything in the game. But it would indicate that you're probably pretty good at like the basics of the game in general. But yeah, exactly as Steven says, it mostly means that you're good at deep dungeons, similar to how having a legend title mostly means that you're really good at, or that you're experienced with ultimates. And you can't necessarily infer, oh, this is bad, don't want that. Don't ever want Scathach to get close to the ad, just in case anyone's curious. The ad becomes extremely strong if you do that, and will wipe us. It's also the same as just because someone has a Mentor Crown doesn't mean that they're good at the game. Floor Tank Legend. Yeah, you can probably assume that someone with a title that requires some skill to get, that they might be better than the average player, but you can't know for certain. Especially with things like legend titles, because people sell these. And also that, Murphy. Time invested is not necessarily correlating with skill. This is also what I kind of was implying when I said that this game is at an age where, like, it's so old at this point that when are you no longer new to the game? That's really hard to define. But the most effective way to, like, overcome the time difference from being a newer player is by looking up things and, like, taking the extra step to learn these things that might take you particularly long to learn otherwise. But yeah, exactly as Angel says, PayPal Legends. Because the title is just a title, you don't know if someone paid a group to get them the legend title. Similarly, if you can sell a legend title, you can more illegally, because the person would have to play for you, have to, as opposed to probably will, in the case of the legend title. But in the Necromancer title, someone would have to play for you, which isn't allowed, right? But it would be illegally obtainable with money. Which is also part of the reason why you can't be sure, because someone has a fancy schmancy title that they're actually as good as that title would suggest. Binge watch all your guides. Yeah, indeed, that is the way. That's what you should do. That is the solution, everyone. You heard it here first. Watch all of my content. That's the way to become a really, really good player quickly. Also, thank you, Thaz. I appreciate the support. We might be able to ignore the ad, but we need the ad to not get close. The greed is very, very real. Double kill. VX says, technically there's a legal way to play for others on console. How? Yeah, exactly, Angel. What I meant was that with Necromancer, there's only you. So it's just you. Whereas with the legend titles, there's 7 other people. It might be possible. It might be possible that the group could have, like, carried you. But with Necromancer, there's no one to carry you. Look at the Magi says pass the controller. I'm pretty sure the terms of service, we talked about this before, says that you're not allowed to do that. Pretty sure. And I'm pretty sure that that counts as account sharing just as much as just having someone else log into your account. There's like gray areas, or rather like situations where no one really minds, right? How would you enforce that? How would you enforce me just hypothetically paying someone to come to my house and get me the legend title from my PC on my keyboard? It's the same thing. That's why I'm a little bit confused why it's specifically different with a controller on a console. You could also do the same thing with a controller on a PC. It's not the controller thing that does it, right? There isn't a legal way to share your account. There is not a legal way to do it. There's just gray areas. Or things that doesn't really matter. Like, for example, someone who logs in on their significant other's account to do something real quick. No one's going to mind, right? Uh-oh. The main tank probably shouldn't be stacking for those. Jail says, remember, if we want to get picky about it, Windows is a third-party program we use to run 14. I feel like that's when you start to get, like, isn't that like what we would call almost like a straw man? I don't know if that's the meaning of that word. That's an over-exaggeration. That also works. There's also the part that technically the game has specifically has been designed to work on Windows. Whereas the game hasn't been designed to specifically be compatible with whatever mods you might like to use. Gil says it's meant as hyperbole, but there was the time where Partyfinder got reprimanded for Discord. To be fair, there's a lot of shady stuff in MMOs that are done by virtue of using Discord to, like, link, so to speak. For example, you're not allowed to sell Gil for real money, but it might be easier to take the discussion to Discord. You just need to somehow explain why you're going on Discord without mentioning RMT, right? So you can just do the entire conversation on Discord. So it's understandable that that would certainly be targeted instead, right? Oh boy, those tank busters. How long does he have that buff? I've never noticed that before. Oh, it just disappeared. I think that other one is going to resolve. It did. Don't think I've seen that happen before. Another glare stack. I do remember there was a lot of stuff with what was or wasn't allowed as a third-party tool around the time of Top. Because that was where people were really, really stretching what should or shouldn't be allowed. Like that, remember, Top was the origin of the origin of the unreasonably distant camera memes, right? That then carried on over to P12S, where there was a mechanic that basically mimicked that. So it wouldn't surprise me if that happened to also coincide with some... we just barely have a person that can raise. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if that would then coincide with some disagreements on whether Discord should be allowed. Which could then lead to some misunderstandings. And some punishment for using Discord. Oh, Earthshaker. I wanted to hold on to the limit break for as long as possible because I wasn't sure if we would end up needing it, like a healer limit break. And also I had kinda forgotten to look for it for a while. What was this for again? Oh, those. Welcome back, Watch Owl. Yeah, it did go kinda smoothly. I feel like we had some interesting situations. Gale says, all I'm assuming is if people cheat in this next ultimate, it will be the last. And that is also a very good thing. Good thing, it was a good point, rather. I do remember when Top came out and there was all these, like, problems because of cheaters that came up to the point where, you know, for example, Yoshi P started commenting on it. He did say something that ominously sounded like they were saying, if you're not going to play this right, there's no point in us making it. He didn't say that, but he said something that could be interpreted as that. Like, why are we going through all this trouble of making all this if you're just going to cheat? Which I think is very reasonable, very fair. Like, a very fair perspective to have. I do think. It's fair in the way that I think it's understandable that if they go through all the trouble of making these ultimate fights, which is not easy, I'm sure, like, that is actually a lot of effort to make sure that it's so cleanly balanced that it is doable while being extremely difficult, then people cheat. Then it feels a little bit pointless. At the same time, why it doesn't feel exactly fair is because it means that the people that are fighting the fight legitimately without cheating get robbed for the possibility of being able to do those fights, right? Exactly, JL. That's the thing, is that when people complain that the fights are too easy, or that fights are cleared week 1, it's worth considering that people often use these tools even in the world first clears. And then we have to remember that these fights are typically beaten in-house, and when I say these fights, I mean Ultimates and Savage are beaten. They might adjust the HP a bit, like they did with P12S, where they over-adjusted a little bit for the skill level of the player base, because they do acknowledge that the players might, like the best players might be better than the developers. But it still means that mechanically, the fights are doable, without cheating. So when people cheat, it means that they're basically acknowledging that the developers are better because they can beat the fight without cheating. You know, like that should be an incentive to not use these tools. That, well, they have been beaten without them, so maybe you should do it right, right? And when I say right, it's of course in quotations, because here's the thing. You can use your tools to beat them if you want to. Just like how, if you're sitting like at home, you're playing Skyrim or something, and you want to cheat in the best weapon in the game, you can do that. No one's going to mind. But the problem is that people use tools to beat the fights more easily, and then they turn around and go, huh, this was too easy. Why do they make these fights so easy? Or complain that there wasn't more and stuff like that, right? Like, the thing is, if you're going to use these tools, then you should also be relinquishing your right to comment on the actual difficulty, or at least ease of difficulty of the fight, because you had to cheat to beat it. I think that's a pretty reasonable stance. If you didn't do the fight properly, then you don't get to comment on whether it was hard or not. Or at least you should add that you cheated before you add your opinion. But of course, that would not be very healthy for your account's lifespan, potentially. It's called playtesting. It is. It is called playtesting, but I should mention that there are other MMOs, World of Warcraft, where they don't always test if the fights are actually beatable before they release them to the public. Thank you, my folk. I hope you enjoy your evening. See, look at the magic says, is it common knowledge that the devs have to clear the ultimate savages before they ship, though? I'm not surprised, but I've never heard that until now. The way we know this is because I'm pretty sure they have specifically said that they've done that with the ultimates. And with the savage, they've basically said that they have beaten it, but that the way that they balance the savage fights is that they typically add a little bit more HP to the fight to adjust for the fact that the player base usually is slightly better than the playtesters. So if they go, that was really hard, then the developers will be like, oh, it's really hard, but then it means that the best players might find it a little, only slightly hard, so we need to like push it a little bit more. We need to squeeze it a little bit, so they add a little bit more. The particular story with P8S, which has come up a few times, is that they stated in the patch where they nerfed it that they had overestimated how much HP they should have added to, I believe it was phase 2, by 3%. As in, they increased the amount of HP by some amount, and they gave it 3% too much. But they've nerfed it now. They didn't say how much they nerfed it by, but they did say that based on their initial estimates, if I recall correctly, they overestimated by 3%. So they nerfed it. They didn't say by how much, so they could have nerfed it by 2, 3, 4%. Who knows? But they adjusted it because they overestimated. How did that happen? JL says they nerfed it by 1% per HP per phase. Well, there you go. But they did say they nerfed it, and they said that they had overestimated. I think the interesting thing here is that they overestimated by multiple percent and only had to reduce it by singular percent to make it in line. Watchall said, how would they calculate that? Well, I believe that their method is they know approximately how long the fight is, right? If they have the hard enrage at just for an arbitrary fight, they have the hard enrage at 10 minutes. They want the fight to be beatable at item level 640. For example, this would be the case for this current raid tier. Then, if their testers cannot beat that in 10 minutes, then the boss probably has too much HP, or rather they will adjust how much HP the boss needs to have, such that they probably have a very good idea of how much DPS each job can do at item level 640. Like, they might have figured that out. Whereas we just log it. They might have a very good idea of how much damage each job can feasibly do. And then just go, well, we want all jobs to be viable, so we need to assume that the worst combination of like a balanced team is what we have to work with. How much HP does the boss need to have then? And, well, instead of doing exactly that and like mathing it all out, I'm pretty sure that they test, like they give like an estimate of how much HP it should have, and then they adjust through playtesting. And when they have landed on an amount where the playtesters can do it, then they add a little bit extra, just, you know, a little extra to make sure that the players still find it challenging. I don't know if that's how it works, but I'm guessing that that would be how it works, given that they have playtesters that are good enough that they can beat the savage fights. In terms of how we know, quote unquote, we know that they nerfed it by 1% HP per phase, is because mods, you know, third-party tools, allow you to see exactly how much HP an enemy has by targeting it. So if someone got in, targeted the boss, saw how much HP it had, and noted that somewhere, and then patch came, and then they noted it again, they would be able to see that it was nerfed by exactly 1%. By just looking at it. We can't see that. Gail says, Joshi P said it at one point. Are you sure? Because this particular discussion has come up before with Bondi, who said that they didn't say how much they nerfed it, that they lied about how much they nerfed it by, when the actuality was that they didn't actually specify how much they nerfed it by at that time, but they could have mentioned it later, when we didn't have that discussion. Do you know for sure that he said it? Or do you think that he said it? Because I specifically know that the patch notes that people were referring to on this didn't specify how much they nerfed it by. Anyway, normal raid time. Is everyone here up for a normal raid roulette? It's better that they do that, Watch Owl, than if they just made a fight and then just had to hope that the players can do it. And that's the alternative, right? That they just have to guess. Either... Oh, is HK here? Either they would have to just undertune the fight or heavily overtune it. I believe this often leads to, like for example in World of Warcraft, J's RS3 says, as a result, the base values used for adjustments were too high, with final values roughly 1% higher than intended, copied from 6.21 patch notes. Right, but they didn't say how much they nerfed it by, they just said how much higher it was, right? That didn't say how much they changed it by, they just said their observations, right? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, here's the thing. If they say, as a result, the base values used for adjustments were too high, with final values roughly 1% higher than intended, that doesn't mean they nerfed it by 1%. And based on Bondi's accounts, which I have had to discuss with them multiple times, it was not nerfed by 1% because their perspective, Bondi's perspective, is that they lied about that 1%, but it doesn't say how much they nerfed it by. So it's possible they nerfed it by multiple percent. Yeah, that is true, Jail. That would explain where you got the 1% from. Absolutely. I'm also not trying to like stomp on anyone here. I'm just saying that this is exactly this is a case where it is crucially important that we keep track of what they're saying and not what we think they're saying. See, Erdel adds, as our miscalculation was the root cause of these issues, we decided that the best course of action was to explain our mistake and correct the inflated HP to the value it should have been in the first place. But they didn't say that they nerfed it back down to exactly 1%. Well, they didn't say that they nerfed it exactly by 1%. They could mean that they figured out that it should have been something else. Like, again, that's why I'm saying if they wanted to say we nerfed it by exactly 1%, they should have just said that instead of being vague. And based on, as other people have observed, they didn't nerf it by exactly 1%. We can conclude that they specifically were vague about it because they didn't want to say that they nerfed it by 1% because they didn't. Yeah, thank you for adding that, Aradil. See, Omoki says, Island Sanctuary related question. The predicted popularity, does it matter if I tend to change production on a daily basis? I've been focusing on high/very high current popularity and low supply. Sorry. I think pretty sure that the predicted popularity of stuff, thank you, might be related to how much you make. So like if you make a huge amount, then it's going to fall faster, but I'm actually not sure. And given that you can predict all these things, and people have, we can probably assume that it might not be super important what you do on your island specifically. The predicted popularity of everything resets every Tuesday, so every reset day, right? Weekly reset day, it all resets. For this reason, most these people that predict what is best, they will recommend that you always have patch day or weekly reset day as a rest day, so that you don't need to craft anything on the first day, so that you can figure out what the correct answer is for the following day. And in the same vein, they can typically figure out what the rest of the week is going to look like by Friday. So basically, the way that the predicted optimization works is that Tuesday, and I'm of course talking in EU, I don't know if like certain parts of the world it's like a really late Monday, but on the weekly reset day, which is typically considered Tuesday, you rest and you figure out what goes on. You determine what to put up on Wednesday. Wednesday you figure out what to put up for Thursday. Thursday you figure out what you put out for Friday, and Friday you figure out what you do for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, like just 1 to 3 all at once. So apparently it is completely perfectly predictable what the rest of the week is going to be by Friday. So that's how it is. Shiro's, hey Shiro, we're talking about like general observations and how optimization works. I don't think it's because cycle 1 is the worst in the entire week. It's specifically because, Shiro, the predictions shown on your island resets with the weekly reset. So if you try to produce anything on a Tuesday, you have either about 1 hour of real time in the morning to figure out what the correct answer is. Hypothetically, you know, after weekly reset, I think the weekly reset is before the day starts on the island sanctuary. If it isn't, then you have 0 time. But because of that, you cannot predict anything for Tuesday, which is why everyone just recommends that you rest on Tuesday, because everything resets on Tuesday. And then you figure out what you do on Wednesday. And then your second rest day you just use for whichever day turns out to be really, really bad. It resets on time with weekly reset. Well, there you go. Amorcus is not really looking to min-max, just sell optimally. That is min-maxing. That is actually min-maxing. Like, that is genuinely min-maxing. That's the same. That's what optimization is. It's just min-maxing is a different word for optimization at the end of the day. Or you could say they're similar approaches to the same result. Medium maxing. But yeah, I wanted to figure out how all this worked myself as well, and I like looked over the data that these like automation systems use, and like my brain just like cooked, like just fried over, and just like, you know what? Can you do this for me? And then like this side goes, yes, we can. And I'm like, great, you do it. You do it. I'll just do whatever you say then. Max minimizing. Yeah, if you don't want to sit and fiddle with all this yourself, there is a Discord called Overseas Casuals. I can probably, like, either I can or someone else can post a link to that Discord on our Discord, on the community Discord. And I'll then now post a link to my Discord. Just to clarify, I'm posting a link to my Discord, so someone can post a link to the Overseas Casuals there. Where you can find it, and now I'm sending the link. To my Discord. Yeah, I'll probably, like, if no one else has, I'll probably send a link later, assuming I remember. But yeah, it's not the same if you wanted to figure it out yourself, but I'll just say, Amorcus, that I tried and just gave up. And I'm a mathematician, so that has to count for something, right? Anyway, I will be right back, and then we will do the Thalea, the final alliance raid of Endwalker. It's Manatee. It's Manatee restored, exactly. +3. Well, I'm glad you enjoy The Watcher. Right. So if you want to join for Thalea, so the currently final alliance raid, come over to me. Thalea is very good. I think people expected more. Like, they expected more of it than it actually was, if that makes any sense. Because the previous 2 alliance raids were extremely mean by contrast. Like, the thing that the third alliance raid in Endwalker doesn't have compared to the first 2, I feel, is that the first 2 had a lot more, like, just kick you off the arena mechanics that kill you if you make one fatal mistake, whereas Thalea doesn't really have that in the same way. Like, it feels like it's more honest. Like, it doesn't beat you by sucker punching you in the stomach. It beats you with, like, fair mechanics. And because the 2 previous alliance raids don't do that, it makes it feel kinda weak by comparison. Meaner than Yorha raids. I mean, if I remember correctly, wasn't the story with the Yorha raids that they would have been a lot meaner if our friendly Nier designer was allowed to have it his way? I'm pretty sure that he was told that he couldn't make it as mean as he wanted to. Isn't that basically how Void Ark was? Yeah, so the thing is, the problem with the Heavensward and the Stormblood alliance raids, in contrast to, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalker alliance raids, is that in Heavensward and Stormblood, especially Heavensward, they made mechanics that are a lot less obvious to follow, a lot meaner. And, like, when I say mean mechanics, what I mean by a mean mechanic is a mechanic that will sucker punch you because you didn't know the mechanic beforehand. Like, because the mechanic isn't entirely obvious what it's doing, it's going to kill you the first time you see it because it doesn't explain what it's supposed to do. Newer content does this less because newer content is better at demonstrating what it's going to be doing beforehand. Like, it's visually showing you. For example, with Death Gaze, if that was added in Endwalker, if that fight was added in Endwalker, then the death spell that sucks you in twice would have had a suck in, inwards pointing arrows both times. Like, it would show it once, and then when the first pull-in comes, it would show it again to indicate it's happening again. You have to keep running away. Things like that just weren't there at that time. Like, they focused on the fact that it looked visually more appealing the way that it ended up looking. These kinds of things then lead to the mechanic being harder to understand, which then leads to people getting killed because they don't know the mechanic before they see it. And that's what I mean by a mean mechanic. A mean mechanic is something that beats you by being unfair, like by not telling you what it's supposed to be doing beforehand. Like, just as an example of a mean mechanic in Aglaia, Ralgar? No, wait. Byrgod. He has this mechanic with the hammers that bonk the arena. That's not that mean, because the first time he does it, he actually makes sure that the inner line, like the center column, is safe. So if you just stay in the middle, you will not die. So you can see what the mechanic does. But the second time he does it, you have to understand what the mechanic did. Because the center might not be safe the second time. But contrast that to Death Gaze, where it just pulls you in twice and then kills half the raid because they didn't know. Beauregard shows you the mechanic in a safe way, and then he does it again. In the mean way. Because when he does it the mean way, after showing you what it is, then it's not unfair anymore, because he actually took time to go, this is how this works. The mean part is the laser where the 3 middle columns are danger and you have to go to the safe platform that gets knocked out to safety. True, but the thing is, by that point he has shown you the mechanic enough times that you're supposed to know that. Like, you're supposed to know that, oh, I have to watch for where the safe spot appears. But that is actually a good example of, like, the mean part of that is that the safe spot is usually next to him. So if you're really far away, then you might not be able to make it to the safe spot. Exactly what Taro-san wanted to make them unbeatable. Steve says, when you know the game hates you. Last week I had Circus Tower in Wondrous Tales and kept getting World of Darkness. This week I had World of Darkness and keep getting Circus. I thought it was just Crystal Tower that you would get. Weird. Yeah, that is true, Shiran. Generally, the way that they fix this, the way that they fix these problems these days is that they have the boss show you what each mechanic is first. And then they start getting creative with them. The good side of that is that it means that you don't get sucker punched, as I said. It makes the mechanics that would otherwise be mean become fair by showing you how it works first in a safe way. The downside is that if your group is severely overgearing the fight, then the boss never gets to the part where they start really mixing things up. Like, for example, when we did the Stormblood raid series Omega just a few days ago, minimum item level for most of them, and we still killed the bosses as they were about to pull another new mechanic out their pocket. Like, they kept pulling more stuff out. They weren't finished and we beat the minimum item level anyway. Like, this is potentially partly because they spend a lot of time introducing the mechanics before they get the show on the road. Hey Lawrence, hope you're doing well. Except for Kefka. Well, actually, no, Kefka does that too. He did mix us up good. That is true. But to be fair, at that point, he had already taught us to not assume that anything is as it seems. No, what I mean, Steve, is that I was pretty confident that the Wondrous Tales, I don't have one on me that is functional, I was pretty sure that Wondrous Tales, if it had an alliance raid on it, it would be like any Crystal Tower thing, so Labyrinth, Circus, or World of Darkness, but I don't remember exactly, so I'll take your word for it. I'm glad he told us. The thing is that mechanic is comparable to Shinryu just yeeting you off the arena right at the start, right? But it's slightly further in. Well, I guess it's the 3 of us doing the new Alliance raid. Unless there's anyone that came in that would like to join. The interesting thing about that, Cat Damon, is that most of the time when a boss in the A Realm Reborn Alliance raids pulls out a mechanic you never get to see, what happens next is your raid dies. At least to my knowledge. Like, the big burly boss before well, in the middle of Circus Tower. You know the one, the guy that just kind of punches and then summons some robots that end up not doing anything. If he gets to do a thing, like if you actually wait long enough that he does a thing, then you're almost certain to wipe, because like most of the players that do these alliance raids, one, don't actually know how it's supposed to work, and two, might not be paying enough attention. Yeah, I know, it's not an enrage. It's just no one knows what you're supposed to be doing. Exactly, Jail. Like, it's just... He doesn't, like, kill you off. It's just that he does a mechanic and no one... Like, a combination of no one knows what you're supposed to be doing, and I don't think people are focusing that much. Like, if you get Circus Tower in Alliance Raid, what is more likely to happen? Option A, you are completely focused on the game. You pause whatever video you were listening to, you turn off the TV, and you like lean forward in your chair. It's gamer time. Option 2, you're listening to music. Option 3, you're listening to some podcast. Option 4, you're actually probably spending more of your focus watching something on your second screen. Maybe you're watching, like, I don't know, like a pink small dragon, or maybe some weird guy in a pink shirt streaming and talking about Crystal Tower and how if you don't do the mechanics right, you'll die. Is that meta or what? I'm pretty sure it's not going to be option 1. Watching manatee videos. That's the surprise option 5. I'm watching a pink small dragon played by a guy in a pink shirt that has a manatee. The big combo. Elevator boss? What do you mean by that, Orion? Cat Damon says, I still don't know what level 150 death does. I know. Let me explain it for you. So, the first boss in World of Darkness has 2 weird spells that might seem awfully familiar to, among others, Petrify level 5. Or, where are you? Where are you? Wait, where are you? What? Death level 5. The way that Flare level 100 works is if the amount of players in the circle, if their level combines to a multiple of 100, so if there's a combined level 100, 200, 300, 400, and because it's a level 50 alliance rate, that means 2, 4, 6, 8, so on players. If there's an even number of players in the circle when it resolves, then it goes and then you take a lot of damage. I don't think you die from flare, but you take a lot of damage. Level 150 death, you can probably surmise works the same way, except if there's a multiple of 3 players in the circle when it resolves, they all die. That's why sometimes you see something happen. If there's not a multiple of 3 players in the circle, then nothing happens. Exactly, JL. The solution is just leave the circle. The reason why it is relatively helpful to know how this works, so that you understand why you died at the very least, is that the person who is the center of the circle can't move. So all they can do is go, well, I guess everyone else wants me dead, and just let the people staying in there. Watch out says, I feel like if more people in Circus Tower were watching the guy in the pink shirt, they'd feel compelled to do better. Well, that would be nice. Thank you. But yeah, basically, the reason why hardly anyone knows how that mechanic works is because, well, the solution might surprise you. If you're not the center, then the way you deal with Flare level 100, Death level 150 is very similar to how you deal with a lot of other things in the game. You step out, you take your feet, and then you walk out of the circle, and then you stand and let thing resolve, which I think we're all very good at. Jail says, why does Gaius even have an elevator if he doesn't use it until halfway down? Because we're there. I believe the elevator is actively going while the boss fight is happening. It's just weirdly going for a really long time. If the devs were mean, they'd add a DPS boost for standing. Now that, you know, I think we've discovered possibly one of the meanest strategies they could ever add. They make boss mechanics that give you a damage boost for standing in the mechanic while it is about to resolve. And if you're in it when it resolves, it gives you a damage down effect. Just to make sure you're standing in it. Add to this that the circle is big enough around the boss that you kind of have to like really commit to it to get in and be able to attack the boss if you're like a melee DPS. Damage down like a modern hard fight. Yes, exactly. I just also want to add that I do believe I heard that the reasoning that they gave... Oh, no, Jail. The thing is, it has to be big enough that you really have to commit. Like, the cast is maybe 20 seconds, but if you don't start running at like 12 or 13, then you're not making it. But yeah, I do believe that the reasoning given for why newer fights are more likely to give the damage down debuff, especially on Savage, compared to vulnerability stacks, is to combat uptime strats. And also because giving vulnerability stacks is really dumb at the end of the day. Why? Because the DPS player, and to some degree the tank player, don't care that they're taking more damage. Right? Why should they? That's not their problem. Last I checked, we have a healer. So what that means is DPS makes a mistake, healer gets punished. By making it a damage down effect instead, the DPS is punished in the exact thing that they want to get punished on the least. Like, it's that easy. It's that easy. You don't have to make it so that the healers have to go, I won't heal you if you get vuln stacks, to try and force the DPS to do the mechanics, right? You just make the mechanic nerf the DPS. Oh, you messed up the mechanic, then you do less damage. That's a fair trade. That also means that the person whose job it is to avoid the mechanic is directly incentivized to, you know, do the mechanic. Exactly, Orion, like some sort of prisoner's dilemma in a way. Exactly, the damage down is actually worse than a death, just lasts half as long. Gazel says, even with damage down, healers get punished as well since the fight goes on longer. I mean, in that logic, everyone gets punished. Because everyone has to be there longer, and worst case, you don't meet Enrage, and then... Well, I mean... But you're right, technically, like, anything punishes the healers, because that means they have to heal more. Orion, are you getting close? And then sometimes we find ways to zero out some mechanics. Well, yeah, I think, personally, I think that the damage down thing was a genius way to at least combat this ignore mechanics thing. Looks at Updog in E10S. I don't even know if that is a tactic name or if you're trying to catch me on that. But if you were trying to catch me on that by just randomly like spouting Updog as a strategy in a boss fight, then I think that was very clever. What is Updog? Updog was a strat in P8S. that is perfect internet when we have mechanics like strategies just named Updog, just randomly. How are you going to explain that to someone who's on guard? Updog, right. Sure, that's the mechanic name. Shiro says, you know damage down is an effective punishment because notice how everyone does Shadowkeeper correctly. See, that is actually the thing, because on one hand, Castle, while healers get punished by the fight going longer, the people, the players, the DPS players, who would ignore the mechanic for the sake of more DPS, like more damage uptime, are also the same players who want big bars. They want the big FF log bars. And you don't get that by getting damage down. The people that don't care about that would probably do the mechanic correctly. So that's why it works. You know, it's even better when Updog is perfectly explainable. If they don't believe Updog is a strat, how are we going to explain that Mario Kart is a strat too? Bruh. HK says Kai's mug switched colors magically. No. This is my tea mug. This I just drink water from. I have to switch to the water when I run out of tea. Orion says I bet Updog was also a PvP comp in WoW at some point. I'm going to guess it included the Beastmaster Hunter or something. HK, did you want to come along for the new Alliance raid? / have you unlocked it? It's the one called Thalea. Imagine not preparing 50 liters of hot water for tea in advance. Oh, I do have a really big mug. I could explain Updog, but I'd need a napkin, a Sharpie, and 2 crayons. That is weirdly specific. I love it when some strategy has a weird name. I think that's a lot more fun than when people just name it after someone. Like, the classic these days is just name uptime or name some specific nuance to the strategy or something like that. It feels like that is like a common thing that happens these days. Explain Updog in FNAF and Fortnite terms. Oh, well, in FNAF terms, Updog refers to it actually relates to what Freddy says when you run out of power. Hypothetically anyway, because you hear that little song, that little tune that plays, and then he suddenly appears in front of you and goes, "What is up, dog?" And then you die. Horribly. Breadsticks. Twain Junction for E12. Well, the trick in using really weird and silly names for strategies is that you're more likely to remember it, right? Like using like things that rhyme, things that are funny, and things like that helps you to remember it better. And by doing that, well, you remember it better. Just by remembering the name, it makes it easier to communicate. This is something that I've talked about before when people, and then Foxy comes jumping at you and shouting, "What's up, dog?" It's the same as I've been talking about, that people often find it extremely difficult to understand, like, Sage, Samurai, Ninja, specifically because they don't understand the words of their, like, action names. And the thing is, it's not like people like just are like that warrior mains are way smarter or something and they just get it. It's just because Storm's Eye are two words that we understand and know what mean, whereas like Yukikaze for a lot of people is completely meaningless. So it's really hard to actually remember that, because it's about as memorable as me saying hoobly hobbly, right? Means nothing unless you understand Japanese. So a lot of people don't remember that. The reason I remember that is just because I'm used to, like, from math, remembering weird names for things. Because, oh yeah, that's Dijkstra's algorithm. Right, of course. Who else would it be? Oh, that's the Pythagoras theorem. I'm sure it is. This is the Midare Setsugeka. The what, sorry? Don't worry about it. It's a game. So I don't have problems with that. But I could see why people would. Hoobly hobbly is what Titan does before the fight turns into a cutscene. Specifically. And by understanding what these actions are called, what they mean, it makes it easier to communicate, easier to remember these things. And if you don't actually know what things are called, it's going to be really, really hard to discuss. Welcome back, Emir. Oh yeah, that's true. Mar Lamentorum looks weirdly like Kirby, doesn't it? But we're doing Thalea, the new Alliance raid. Yes, you can join. Are you in game? Almost. Tell me when. You're samurai because you really meet the other my Sensukeka. Yeah, pretty much, Cat Damon. You could, like, that could absolutely just be a completely made-up sentence. Thank you so much, Crow. I really appreciate it. Said, hi, Kite, so I just want to express my appreciation for your content. I started Final Fantasy XIV last month. And your guides helped me so much, especially when going through dungeons like Zemail and Sunken Temple. Those are also quite hard. And welcome to the game. I hope you've been having a great time. Well, someone has to do it, Emir. We don't even know if there's, like, other main tanks in the group. Is Farlemald also a meme on other data centers? What is it Farlemald is about again? I don't recall what the meme was, but I have heard about it. Each case is I collect invol stacks to feel something. That is like a whole new stage. Some of you are collecting Voln stacks, but HK has it all figured out. They've gone one step further. They're collecting invol stacks. If a mark in a hunt is far from the ether crystal in Garlemald, someone always shouts Farlemald. Ah, right, because there's like this whole region of the zone that is really big already, that is just distant from everything. That makes sense. Rave Caves. Where's Rave Caves? Tell me how to collect invuln stacks. Some of those AR dungeons can be obscure. Obscure woods. Grave caves are in the Tempest. Oh. Is that like... I believe there's like this cave section in the southern part of the zone that is like really off the beaten path. Is that where it is? Or is it the caves that you have to go through to originally get to that city first? Northwest part, right? Oh yeah, there's caves there too. Tempest is a weird place to traverse. I really like this music, by the way. It's weirdly, like, hopeful in a way. Can hardly see the mechanics for all the telegraphs. Or from all the animations. How is there just 2 of these left? There's just dude 1 and 2 just hanging out. How did we live all this? I don't know. I'm dead. The thing is, I only have the effects active for myself, like everything, and all of that was explosions from the mobs. Like I've done most in my power to make sure I could see something. I believe the escort happens in the northeast part of the Tempest Watch Owl, isn't it?
I have looked forward to this moment, children of man. The scholar shall
Child of man. Child of man. Son of man. I can't see the mechanics because of all the telegraphs. That is certainly a case of can't see the forest for all the trees, huh? That makes no sense in retrospect, but hey, it's funny, right? Please laugh.
The rivers rage at my behest. Not all knowledge is wisdom.
Oh, it's on me. Not all knowledge is wisdom.
At what answer will you arrive?
Not all intelligence is mind. Or something. I believe according to Small Kai's stream the other day, right? Wasn't that something that came up? Oh no! Chaos! We must kill chaos!
Of ignorance be cleansed.
Imagine if it were that easy, Thaliak. If only it were that easy.
Join me in deepest knowledge. Let flow the waters of your
Oh,
mind.
right, Chelsea. The last boss in Lost City of Amtapor. Right, I think we got that dungeon randomly on a stream, and then we talked about it, or someone asked, like said, I don't know how to do it, and then, like, we just went, well, let me explain it. Can't remember exactly how it went. But I'm glad that you learned that from here. I could have done that better. Stranger of Paradise collab when? I mean, technically, the quest that sent us to Alo Alo Islands is called Stranger from Paradise, so at least they have the references in order. Oh yeah, the Final Fantasy 16 collab is guaranteed, everyone. Don't you worry.
O waters purifier, reveal their nature.
Wow, I just realized that this is like the hyper selfish raid group we have here. We have one job that has like a raid buff at all. Hey James, hope you're doing well as well. Isn't there a chaos fight in Alphascape? Yes, there are. We did indeed kill chaos. Sunday.
answers can be obtained through might.
I think part of the problem there, BB, is like in an alliance raid, there are many opportunities for just things to get misplaced. But you're probably right that there are certainly some that just do not care. I'm trying my best to keep my bursts somewhat like concise in a way. But I have certainly given up on trying to like make it proper when I'm like in a random dungeon or alliance raid or something. Might go a long way to answer all my questions. Remember, Thaliak, violence isn't an answer, it is a question. The answer is yes. That's a good one, Jail. Hey, Kosani, hope you're doing well.
So far, I see. Come then, mortals. Have you got the stones?
Oh yeah, the classic machinist is quite good. The drill air anchor chainsaw before raid buffs come out. That's a classic. Whenever I see people claim that machinist is mega easy to play in general, I typically picture that that's what they're doing. Like they're just going brap on all of their tools and then going, why am I not getting damage from raid buffs? Or they just go, I don't even know what a raid buff is. And that's typically what I picture. Like, I'm not saying that Machinist is the hardest job in the game. I'm just saying that Machinist played to raid buffs is hard. Place your bets on who gets swordfish speared first. I've kind of given up on getting that, because there's so many that wants it. The thing is, JL, that if they waited and used their anchor and drill and all that just a few GCDs later, then these attacks would naturally land in raid buffs for the rest of the encounter. Like, just like completely casually without even trying, it would just land there automatically. So that's why, like, people talk about, like, openers and stuff and burst windows, is because you just have to delay your cooldowns once, and then it magically works for the most of the rest of the fight if you just use things on cooldown. So while, yes, if they use reassemble with their tools, that would help, of course, but it will never be as good as if they had used them during raid buffs. Here it comes. Blop. It was a healer that got hit first.
Like the stormy seas, I'm a harsh mistress. Oi, cut it out, you.
It's the same Sage.
Don't mind if they play too. Come, Pericles, Valios. Join us in the excitement.
Oh, right. Windrose. Windrose. F for that ley line.
That's the way, my clever serpents.
The thing is, Beanie, that anything that leads to you doing less damage because you wanted to use something too early, I don't even know if that is considered selfish.
On, my pets. Don't be shy.
Like I think that is just considered a mistake. Stand in the ley line. Imagine if ley lines worked on other players.
Boundless as the ocean. Swim free, my pet.
Which pet? That one?
You can surely do better than that. You're bloody brilliant, you are. To seek new horizons, you must come together.
What is fight specific, Chelsea? Like what what opener you should use as a machinist?
After all this time, it feels strange calling to you thus. Thank you.
The thing is, in like a dungeon, for example,
Not long
or an alliance raid,
till our journey
like
together
anything where you can't rely on raid buffs coming out on time, then a machinist would typically be more interested in using their tools as quickly as possible, because there's a chance that it's going to lead to them having, you know, more total uses of their tools if they use them quicker. But that more so boils down to the fact that because of the incredible unpredictability of these kinds of fights, there's no point in trying to, like, do something predictable. But I believe what machinists have to work with is that they have two common openers, where one of them, I believe, delays air anchor to make sure that it lands in raid buffs, whereas the other one doesn't. And the reason you would choose one or the other, to my knowledge, is based on how many raid buffs you have. A little bit similar to how Summoner has a Garuda first opener, like immediately after your Bahamut phase, which you should use if most of your raid buffs are really short, as opposed to longer. A little bit similar to that, not exactly the same, but similar in the way that the choice isn't actually really related to the exact fight most of the time, and a lot more affected by your team composition. There might also be cases where it is dictated by the exact encounter. That is also what I said, Angel. That is actually what I was saying. Like, that was the entire reason I brought it up, Angel.
Wind, guide my arrow.
Don't worry about it.
My bowstring sings.
That's fine, Angel. I'd rather have that you're very excited to answer before I can than you don't want to answer at all. But yeah, I was basically getting to that. I would recommend, just while we're on the subject of summoner openers, that you default to Titan first, because it is the stronger one in a vacuum. What that means is if you don't have a group that specifically benefits fast Ruda, as you've been calling it, then Garuda into Swift Cast Slipstream is better, to my knowledge. So it's always better to default to Titan, and the reason why that is because if no one else has a raid buff, then the Titan first opener is benefiting from longer buffs, and if no one else has a raid buff, then you do, because you're a summoner, and Titan first benefits from your raid buff.
Stay not your steps.
That is also true. There's no need to use Swiftcast on Slipstream if it isn't going to land in any buffs anyway. The thing is, if you follow, like, to my knowledge, if you follow, like, the recommended openers, it is very likely that your Slipstream isn't actually going to land in Searing Light. But it might land in your Tincture.
Behold the Wanderer's arrow.
Well, Beamy, that is a significant consideration. Like, if you don't actually have time or the opportunity to stand still for any time for a long while, then getting Ifrit done while you have a chance to is not a bad idea.
Here our journey ends.
Like, that's the thing. If actually spending Ifrit is going to require you to, like, lose a G-City or something because of having no option to stand still later in the fight, then using it first because that's your only chance is still better. Like, that's a less of a DPS loss, I think.
May the wind ever be at your back.
Oh, right. That mechanic was still going. It's been a while since I've seen this particular mechanic actually resolve, so that's why it caught me off guard.
Mankind has indeed grown strong. The sweet sorrow of parting. I beg you, stay the course to the end.
Oh, the main reason why I'm usually like just learn the Titan opener instead of the Garuda opener is basically because the difference is not very big. Like, there's if I was to say, for example, there's two different common machinist openers. the delayed tools and the not delayed tools, there's like significant amounts of stuff to relearn by switching the order. Whereas, at least to me, the difference between Titan first and Garuda first is you click Titan instead of Garuda. Like, that's basically it. I should say, Beamy, when I say there's 2 openers, I'm not talking about the one where you just go 1, 2, 3 with your tools. There was an opener before the delayed tools opener. I actually demonstrated in my machinist short. It gains very little in groups with very, very poor buff management, or, you know, casual groups, by using air anchor sooner. But it still makes sure that drill and chainsaw lands and raid buffs. So it's not just 1, 2, 3 tools Lamau. It actually used to be called the standard opener, while the new standard was called delayed tools. So, yeah. But it's a lot simpler, in my opinion, to learn the 2 different summoner openers as opposed to, for example, learning 2 different machinist openers or 2 different, like, black mage openers or 2 different red mage openers, because there's like a lot more that could be changed, whereas with summoner it's like, well, you're going to be using Bahamut first. That is happening. Like, that is absolutely happening. Guaranteed. And then your only real decision is whether you use Garuda, Titan, or Ifrit first. Like, that's ultimately your only choice in terms of opener. Like, yeah, okay, I suppose when you use Ifrit, do you use the melee attacks or the spells first? When you go Garuda, do you use your rights or slipstream first? But those kind of give themselves, because the ruby rights do more damage than the melee book smacks, and slipstream does more damage than the rights. So if you're going Ifrit first, you're casting the rights first, probably. And if you're going Garuda first, you're casting slipstream first. So, like, your choices are literally, do you go Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda? And unless you don't have any other opportunity to stand still, you will use, like, that's the only situation you'll use Ifrit first. And in all of the situations, Titan or Garuda is dictated by your group composition, which one is better. And bad group composition, just in general, is typically more beneficial to the Titan composition. Just in general, if your group has no or bad, like, raid buff timing, then Titan is better, because at least you can rely on your own buff to be good. Which is a long one, which Titan benefits from more. Which is why Titan is typically, like, the preferred opener. But if you are in a coordinated group, then Garuda might be better. That's the reason why I specifically suggest learning the Titan opener as your default, is because the Titan one is better most of the time. And yes, that is correct. The early air anchor opener used to be called the standard opener. Just standard. And the one that we use now was called delayed tools. I didn't really catch which order that was in, so I'll just have to pray. But yeah, it used to just be called standard or default or something to that effect. And the one that we use now was called, like the common one that are recommended by the balance now was called delayed tools. And they're both viable. For some reason, it's just that the minor difference isn't particularly significant. I don't know how long my dot was down.
Blessings be upon the Etheris. Twas your faith that gave rise to this radiance.
Anyway, as you did say, Jail, that I believe that your primary target is like, you know, casual content. It doesn't really matter what, like, which strategy you choose to use. The only reason why I'm like, maybe you should just learn the Titan one is just because it's like not that different. And it would probably serve you slightly better for casual content anyway. Like that is the reason why I'm suggesting it. Is simply because, well, if it's all the same to you, just learn one of them. Then you just learn one of them. You could, you know, just learn the better one for casual side, right?
Mercy be upon our beloved children.
And JL, you have now proven the reason, exactly the reason why we have the PayPal legend. Not to say that you're it. It was more to say that's how you come to discover the thing that is sometimes called the PayPal legend. Comparable to Burger King Crown. What I mean by that is there's a lot of Savage and Ultimate Raiders that don't really care about performing outside of Savage, which means they'll be rolling up with their big fancy schmancy title and then fail everything because they don't care. That's not to say that you do that, but that is exactly the reasoning for why it happens. But again, not to say that that's certainly not okay. I'm just simply saying that that's how that happens. That's why we have those kinds of situations where you see someone with a title that suggests they should know better, but they just don't. It's not necessarily because they don't know. It's just because they can't really be bothered at this very moment.
Not a single mote of strength shall we hold back.
Oh, just one hit. It's not so bad, Chelsea. The thing is, and you know, I do have a video coming out about that very soon. What a mentor is supposed to be doing is not be like a god gamer. So as long as you try your best, you're not failing as a mentor. But I mean, I feel bad when I mess up as a player. And that mindset is not very surprising, Chelsea, when a lot of players act like mentors as opposed to be god gamers for some reason. Like, I've heard people claim that they believe that mentors should have completed at least one ultimate and have completed the current Savage to be eligible to be a mentor. Which is basically the equivalent to admitting you don't know what a mentor is or what mentor means. And what I mean by what mentor means, I mean in the essence of the word. There are a lot of mentors that are using, like, that are just mentors because... Why did I get smacked? What happened there? But that's not, like, mentor doesn't mean that you have to be some superhero. Also that, Beamy, clearing an ultimate doesn't mean that you're a good player necessarily. As I've said before, just finish this fight and then say it. I wonder if the Fall Guys crown is to appease the mentor for the crown. Nah. The problem there is that I think some players grab the mentor title specifically so that they get a crown next to their name. That's why I recommend two things to as part of a fix to the mentor problem. The first one is change the mentor crown to a watering can. Thematically more fitting because the new players are sprouts. Second one, add like a different icon to get next to your name. Just anything, and I don't care, just something. Not a crown, not a watering can, just something that you can unlock by, I don't know, being a veteran player. You could even add like a world chat they could join called Veteran Network. If that's what gets people going. The point is that people are grabbing the mentor crown to get a fancy icon next to their name, and they're grabbing it because Novice Network is like a bonus world chat. Make those two things not necessarily associated with being a mentor, and then you remove those people from the pool. Then, next up, you have to do something about the mentor roulette achievement. Like, that's a completely separate thing to deal with, but that's the second one you'd have to deal with to fix this problem. But yeah, regarding the clearing ultimates doesn't mean you're a good player. I have a friend, or at the time at least, I had a friend who I will leave anonymous, who had a legend title, okay? Had a legend title, and learned from one of my tank guides, so one of my starter job guides, that if you use sprint before entering combat, it lasts 20 seconds, as opposed to 10 seconds if you use it in combat. Note, person has legend title, doesn't know what this tooltip says. Does that mean they're a bad player? But yeah, my point is, exactly, clearing ultimates doesn't mean that you're experienced in other content than ultimates. And the Savage that you presumably have cleared to get there. Doing dungeons, albeit a completely different kind of combat situation and easier, is different from an ultimate. It requires a different skill set to master that. The problem is that running dungeons isn't something that is required to be mastered, so most people don't, right? But yet Chelsea, regarding that, you say, right, I know there's no way to always have a flawless run, just irks me when it happens, it's something I take seriously. So here's the thing, and I'll talk about this in the video coming out on the subject, but here's the thing. Watch this. This is what you're supposed to do as a mentor. When you die or fail a mechanic, what you can do as a mentor to succeed in that moment is to be an exemplar for player etiquette. You don't blame the healer. You don't blame someone else. You just take it. You just say, my bad, I should have done that. You demonstrate for the sprouts how you gracefully fail a mechanic. You are an exemplar for player etiquette. If you do that, you turn your failure into success as a mentor. This is all you're expected to do as a mentor. Those 3 points. That's it. And I'm pretty sure we might need to zoom in on this a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't say be a god gamer that never fails mechanics here, right? So you don't have to be so concerned about that. Like, yeah, I get it. I'm also concerned about, playing well. But if you just take your failures gracefully, then you've done what a mentor is meant to do in that moment. You fail, that's a perfect opportunity to teach the sprouts in your group how you deal with failing. You're a tank. You pull too much, you wipe. Do you blame the healer? No, you don't. You just say, my bad, I'll pull less. That's it. Angel says, I just want a meme here, so don't get me wrong. Final Fantasy 14 players are known to have disability when it comes to reading. How do you pull less if your Riz is so bad you pull no one at all? Well, if you died because you pulled too much, then that should answer your question. Also, hi again, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, a funny story with that. Another funny story. It's funny how these often come up back to back in these kind of streams. Back in Shadow... Let me just... Here's your daily reminder. Extract materia from your spirit-bonded equipment. Remember, it has been a few years since it stopped destroying your equipment, so it is perfectly safe to extract your materia from your spirit-bonded equipment. Thank you. Remember that, veterans. It is safe. Don't worry about it. Right, so back to what I was saying. In Shadowbringers... It used to destroy equipment, yes. It wasn't extract, it was called convert, and it changed the item into materia. Back in Shadowbringers, the ability Wildfire was reworked. So in Stormblood, the way Wildfire worked is you put it on the enemy, and then it kept track of all damage you did to the target, meaning weapon skills and abilities. And that meant that you were supposed to use Gauss Round and Ricochet and stuff like that with Wildfire. because it was basically like a 25% damage bonus in that time frame on a single target, right? And then it exploded for the damage at the end. In Shadowbringers, it was reworked to basically this, just specific potency amount, and it could stack an indefinite amount of times. It was just that it wasn't feasibly possible to stack it more than 6 anyway. So I had a friend who had played since 1.0, which meant that they had obviously found Machinist when it was new. And they were adamant that Wildfire is scaled with all damage. All damage. It has always been this way. And I just sat there in awe as they presented their case. And then I just, sat back and then finished my rebuttal by saying, have you tried reading the tooltip lately? That was the end of the conversation. No, they hadn't read the tooltip lately. But that is absolutely true that a lot of people don't even realize what abilities do because they don't read them. This is part of the reason why in my job guides that I take the time to explain what the ability does. I have the tooltip on the screen and explain what it does, even though, as you might know, some of you might be Magic players, reading the card explains the card, right? The tooltip is right there. If you just read it, most actions explain themselves. I say most because summoner actions, for some reason, don't explain themselves very well by just reading the tooltip, because they leave some information unexplained. But I have the tooltip right there, and I explain what it does, because some people don't realize that. I have more than once run into people going, wait a minute, TPN can be used on other players? Yes, it says so on line 1. But the thing is, now they know, right? Why would I read my abilities when I can watch some pink aura with a deep voice explain it for me? Well, there you go. As long as you do that, right? What does RTFM mean? Oh, read the effing tooltip. Right? Jail says, I know the first half an hour of Viper on a new mage gameplay will be laying my hotbars and reading all those tooltips. Yeah, probably. So here's an interesting thing. I didn't stream back when Endwalker came out. But hey, maybe I'll stream when Dawntrail comes out. Maybe I'll do that. Read the fantastic manual. That also works. I need a what counter for the last few weeks? Yeah, so the thing is, I get exposed to a lot of people missing something or not realizing something or misunderstanding something primarily through comments on my videos. They're either presented as one of the following: oh, X does Y? I never realized that. Or, I'm pretty sure X doesn't do Y, even though my video just said and demonstrated that it does. Or, I don't care what you say, it doesn't do Y. Sometimes it's also, does X do Y? Even though it said so in the video, and I then go and explain, yes, X does do Y. I don't mind explaining it again. It's just a matter of how you present it, right? I'm a lot less keen on taking the comment conversation if it seems like you're not in a good mood or you're very mean. God damn it, says Lol. I just looked at the Summoner spellbook and found Ruin 4. Oh, you have never used Ruin 4? Surprise! No, you don't get it after Bahamut or Phoenix. That's not how that works, JL. That's not how that action works. Now, does anyone in the chat, would anyone like to explain to me how I get further Ruin to cast Ruin 4? You usually line up Pain Flare, Energy Siphon. Why a Pain Flare? And Energy Siphon? Correct, Beamy. You need to use Energy Drain. Exactly, Amian Angel. You use Energy Drain or Energy Siphon and you get further Ruin for 1 minute, which allows you to use Ruin 4 once. Which would make it seem like you're skipping the Drain, but you mentioned Energy Siphon, which is Energy Drain for AoE. And you mentioned Pain Flare. I'm just a little bit confused, Jail. It's fine. I'm just messing with you. Yeah, Ruin 4 typically shows up after Bahamut or Phoenix because you usually use Energy Drain during Bahamut or Phoenix, right? So that is an absolutely very easy misunderstanding to get. And it doesn't really change anything, right? As long as you're using both Bahamut, Phoenix, and Energy Drain on cooldown, then it is actually completely inconsequential which one of them produces Ruin 4 at the end of the day. However, the fact that Energy Drain or Energy Siphon is the thing that produces Ruin 4 means that if you're not sure if you want to use Bahamut while the tank is still pulling, you can use Energy Drain, Ruin 4, Swift Cast, Try Disaster or something. That's what you want to do. And then the tank has probably pulled everything. Remember, class reading is a good skill. Someone said something about 30 minutes and Viper, but I think it kinda flew past. James said, I'm excited to see Viper get optimized a week after Dawn Trail releases, and also people dying, constantly learning said new job. Yeah, that's the classic. Here's an interesting thing. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure that... let me just see if I can get this on screen. I'm pretty sure that these are my notes from when we had just barely discovered what Summoner could do with level 90. This was my suggestion, so this is of course Ruin with Bahamut up, right? But all of this is just a guess at what the rotation would be. Given that I used Phoenix there, you can probably surmise that I didn't know Bahamut and Phoenix scaled with spell speed. But this was like either week 1 or before Endwalker release. I already had this down. Like, I already had all this. So it's a genuine possibility that before Dawn Trail drops, people have already figured out how to play the job. It's very possible. Red Mage Notes has summoner skills. Oh, have I not told this story before? When I started Final Fantasy XIV, I focused mainly on Red Mage, which of course meant that I, a mathematician, had a spreadsheet to try and figure things out. I specifically tried to figure out how, like, what to prioritize. Like, in Stormblood, it was a lot more complicated to figure out whether you should use Moulinet or your melee combo, because the Holy the Flare didn't come as a result of Moulinet, with Moulinet being, of course, this. You only got the big explosive finisher if you used the 1-2-3 combo, which was melee, and which was single target, and the Flare and the Holy at the time were also single target, if I remember correctly. So it was complicated. I also needed to figure out when you should switch to AoE. Back then you just had scatter, which was 2.5 seconds. You just went scatter, 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 scatter. So I sat and calculated all this, which I of course did in a spreadsheet, which was called Red Mage Notes. And then I just added stuff, added stuff, added stuff. And the Red Mage Notes is where I keep all of my notes on Final Fantasy XIV. And also where I include, if you were really quick, you also noticed that there was a tab called Video Ideas. So like that's where I keep Final Fantasy XIV stuff. It just happens to be called Red Mage Notes. And if I changed it to something that made sense, then I would have trouble finding it. So it has to be called Red Mage Notes, just because that was what it was called, right? Video Ideas probably has Kai's grocery shopping list. I'm not going to show you what's in the Video Ideas. Exactly, Shiro. Notes on Red Mage and became notes of a Red Mage. That's a very nice way to put it. Exactly. Thank you for checking in, Jail. Good night to you. But yeah, some of those things don't make a lot of sense. For example, not going to show you that. But I have notes on Ishgard stuff, like Firmament stuff, and in the same page, there's notes on Eureka relic weapons. Just randomly, just... I don't need the Ishgard stuff, but now I know where it is. So I just keep both there. I also have notes on Blue Mage from Shadowbringers, and I keep those because that was how I figured out that... You know how crit, dead, directed, and so on has increments? Like, you don't get something from 1 point of crit. You need a certain amount. I believe it's 9.5 per increment. Yeah, so your main attributes has that too. I don't think Vitality does. But these 4 main ones, you don't actually necessarily increase your damage on every point increase. Sometimes it's every 2, sometimes every 3. And I discovered that with Blue Mage, who has the most effective scaling with intelligence, because they don't even have weapon damage. And I just kept my notes on that, which happens to be situated next to Blue Mage rotation notes from Shadowbringers that are no longer viable or relevant. Firmament and Eureka are the same thing, confirmed. Could you imagine? Well, they're actually not too far apart. Did you know... I'm going to bring this up very briefly in a video coming out tomorrow. But did you know that the diadem was the first adventuring foray? It was just removed again. It was in Heavensward. And I think it had a little bit for everyone. But yeah, regarding learning Viper, I'm relatively confident based on what we've seen of Reaper. Like, just not to say that it's going to be like Reaper, but more to say that they've gotten pretty good at making like a relatively straightforward like design for a job when you unlock it. Like, Reaper becomes a lot more complicated as you level it, because they save things like Gluttony, you know, 2 stacks of Gibbet and Gallows. Weird things like Arcane Circle and Plentiful Harvest, Soul Sow, Enshroud, all of these things they push to later, so that your rotation is relatively straightforward and approachable at level 70. I'm pretty sure they're going to do the same with Viper, which means that it's very possible that you at level 80 have a pretty big rotation, a pretty detailed rotation with a lot of meat on it, because there's 80 levels of stuff, right? But it's going to be like they're going to front load all of the relatively straightforward stuff. Like, you do this, then you do this, then you do this, like the obvious things where it's kinda given what you're supposed to be doing. And then from level 80 to 100, that's where they put all the complicated stuff. Like that's what I think they're going to do, is they're going to put all of the complicated stuff after level 80 as best they can, to make sure that when you pick it up, it's not too overwhelming. But I am concerned how that will mean. Exactly, Emir. Imagine Viper at level 50. Arcane Circle at level 70. But I don't know. Personally, I feel like a job starting at level 80 is way too high. I also feel like Reaper and Sage starts way too high. To some degree, I would even say that Gunbreaker and Dancer starts way too high. I feel like level 50 is as high as you really should start with a job. And the reason for that is that all of the jobs that start at level 1, they have like their basic toolkit in order by level 50. Most of them. And then they like build on that on the way to max level. At some point they finish building on that and then it just add stuff like, I don't know, Primal Rend, here you go. I don't know, Confiteor, more blades, there you go. That'll work. I'm sure the Paladins will like that. So I think that they should start jobs at most at level 50, but that's my opinion. And the thing is, it's not because I can't manage it. It's just because I feel like starting so high would limit the design space potentially if they're trying to make the job relatively straightforward to start. And they, you know, like for example with Reaper, that means they have very little time to like add stuff. On the other hand, and this is something that I've spoken about in relation to Bottom Bloat, if they make it so that Viper has like a good start at level 80 and they sprinkle out the tools they get from level 1 to 80 in a reasonably logical fashion so that it doesn't feel completely barren in like Sostasha or something, then it means they have a lot more space to work with for those 20 levels that are left. Because the problem right now is that all of the jobs from level 1 to 90, those that started at level 1, they need to get a whole bunch of stuff on the way to level 90, right? And because of that, they have a lot more things compared to newer jobs, potentially. And what I mean by that is, of course, Reaper gets something at every 5 levels until they reach level 70, and then they get something every 2 levels. Whereas older jobs get something every 2 levels unless something was removed. I'm pretty sure Deliverance, you know, the damage stance warriors used to have, was level 52. Pretty sure. Which would explain why they don't get anything at level 52. But yeah, by adding a new job and just giving it like base toolkit at level 80, and then all they have to do is make sure that all this makes sense at level 100, that means that jobs like Viper, Reaper, potentially the new Mage job, Summoner, are going to feel more streamlined. The problem with that, well, the problem with that is that the more streamlined jobs feel like they are too easy because because their toolkit makes perfect sense. Like they're made, all the tools that Summoner has are made to fit because it was designed as a level 90 job, right? Reaper was designed as a level 90 job. Warrior was not designed as a level 90 job. Dark Knight was not designed as a level 90 job. I suppose Dark Knight, given its reworks, had been designed as a level 80 job. So on and so forth. So you can see the jobs that are designed for something and then have had to be built upon start to get a little weird. Like, what's happening with this? And this. Like, just as an example, your melee combo is like you spent over half of the time in your melee combo casting spells, technically, which is a little weird. But it makes sense because Red Mage was designed as a level 70 job, not as a level 90 job. So when Viper gets added, it will be designed as a level 100 job, and then they'll remove the more complicated parts of it on your way down to level 80. Presumably, you get the blue aura thingy magic at level 90, just like how Reaper gets Enshrouded at level 80. And that means we'll probably get like jobs that, like, the reworked jobs will probably just fit better. The problem is that the way people view it is that the jobs are being dumped down or simplified, because instead of their tools just kind of because their tools just fit together, it makes them feel less complicated. Whereas the jobs where they just, you know, they have a toolkit that is designed for level 50 or 60, and then they just add 5 new things, and 5 new things, and 5 new things. They start to get really weird, right? More complicated. It's not entirely obvious what you're supposed to do with what. I think the most weird thing about Reaper is like emergent stuff like the double Enshroud. I'm willing to guess. I'm going to guess that I don't think the developers anticipated that people would do that with Reaper because of how weird the double Enshroud is. It seemed like it kicked you automatically, man. But for the most part, these jobs, the new jobs that are added and the jobs that get reworked, probably make better sense than the jobs that have just stayed around. This is probably the reason why Black Mage is so incredibly weird. Thank you, Gleaming. I hope your baking goes well. Black Mage is probably one of the weirdest jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. Just compared to everyone else, Black Mage is a complete outlier. Black Mage was made for level 70 because Enochian was reworked for Stormblood. Oh! You've been a member for 6 months, Emir. I think you were all evening. But yeah, thank you for the half a year of support. It has been quite a while. Thank you. But yeah, Enochian used to work completely differently in Stormblood. Notably, Shadowbringers and Endwalker, at some point, they made it so that Enochian is just a passive, instead of something you had to like maintain as a buff. Like you had to activate it and then... Also, so many gifted subs. That is very true, Emir. And I very much appreciate that, and I hope the people that have received the gifted subs appreciate that as well. Well, gifted memberships, rather, but same thing, right? Yeah, back in the day in Enochian, you had to just activate it, and then if you dropped out of the mode, you had to reuse it. It was just an OGSD, but it had like a 30-second cooldown or 1 minute cooldown, something like that. So it just had to like not fail for a little bit, because it stayed as long as it stayed in a state. In Stormblood, that was what it was changed to. Sometime, I think it was sometime in Shadowbringers, at some point they made it just a passive. It could also have been at the start of Endwalker, but the point is, the passive thing was added later. In Heavensward, it was completely different. It was like a buff that lasted a while, and it enabled you to use Blizzard 4 and Fire 4. And... oh, Coco's here. And it lasted a set amount of time, had a cooldown, and Fire 4 was just accessible during Enochian. Blizzard 4's effect was that it reset the duration of Enochian, but reduced the duration by some seconds. So every time you use Blizzard 4, it would reset up to its most recent maximum duration and then drop some seconds. I believe it was like it would start at 30-second duration, then when you use Blizzard 4, it would go down to 24, then 18, then 12. But if you just held on to it until it was down to like 12, you would be able to just manually recast Enochian to get it back to 30 seconds. A much different, much more complicated Black Mage, you could say. But they just removed that and added the Umbral Hearts thing instead. That's where Black Mage is today, ultimately. From Stormblood. And then they've just like simplified some things, made a few things make better sense, like changed Blizzard 2 from being a bad AoE centered on you to being a good AoE that is centered on your target. But Black Mage is probably one of the oldest, like, intact jobs in the game. And you might say, but hey, wait a minute, Warrior is also mostly intact, but Warrior and all tanks got reworked in Shadowbringers when they removed tank and damage stances, so that doesn't count. Warriors from Shadowbringers. It's a level 80 job. Which probably explains why it makes sense. You could argue that Paladin also made sense, but the thing is, it's not surprising that Paladin is, like, before it got reworked, was really weird, because it was the one of the tanks that didn't really interact with its tank or damage stats. It was just potency stuff. It didn't actually interact with it, like, really. So it made sense that that one was like almost like a Heavensward job that had somehow made it to Endwalker. Like, Paladin was weirder than Black Mage until they reworked it, in my opinion. In my opinion. Weirder, but not like in the same way that Black Mage is weird. But the reason why the jobs are weird is because they're old. Summoner's not weird. Reaper's not that weird, and it's just because they're newer. Like, they're fresh, and yeah, Summoner's new because it got reworked. So presumably, Dragoon and Astrologian will probably feel a lot more streamlined in Dawntrail. Whether that means that they feel too simple to play, or they feel great to play. We'll have to wait and see for that. As I've said many times before, I just hope the reworked jobs are something that those that are currently maining them will like. I also didn't mind Old Paladin. The thing that I didn't like about Old Paladin was that to actually be competitive on damage as a Paladin, you had to go completely insane with your rotation to match up with the 2-minute burst. That was what I didn't like about Old Paladin, was that the rest of the game had moved on from what Paladin was trying to match with. Like, that was Paladin's problem, was that it was a relic of the past. Black Mage is also kind of like a relic of the past in that sense, but Black Mage is able to accommodate the new Final Fantasy XIV, whereas Old Paladin wasn't really. Not really. But I do think that it is a shame that you no longer have a dot to maintain as a Paladin, for example. I feel like that was, you know, a key thing, but similar to Summoner, where Summoner ended up focusing more on its newer mechanics, Bahamut, Summons, the works, New Paladin also focuses on its more new mechanics, Atonement, Requiescent, Confiteor. And the rest has kind of just, like, gotten a backseat. Angel says in before they remove all dots. I'm just saying that you think my relatively recent video on the 2-minute burst is the first time I talked about the subject? Not so. I have a video called the 2-minute curse or something to that effect where I talked about it, and I finished that video by saying, wouldn't surprise me if the next thing they're doing is removing dots from everyone else. Guessing the next thing on the chopping block is like Bard's dots, Healer dots, Samurai's dot, maybe Circle of Scorn. I didn't mention all of those in the video, but I basically said it wouldn't surprise me if all of the dots get removed. So I kinda called it. And I'm not that bad at calling things. Apparently, I managed to call pretty much precisely how 6.5 went. So, I can predict things. Samurai, Monk, and Black Mage dots are fine in my opinion. They're fine. There's nothing, so the thing is, there's nothing wrong with the dots. The thing is, the argument for why the dots have been removed. Paladin's dot was removed partly because as bosses become invulnerable and untargetable these days when they don't want you to be attacking the boss, it means that Paladin just loses all of their dot damage, which is like a core component of their rotation, or it was. Like a huge amount of their damage was just dots. So they couldn't really compete with the other tanks like that. All of the healers can, because all of them rely on a dot. I guess Bard is fine because the dots are a too small part of it for it to matter. And Samurai and Monk, I guess it's like they're pretty strong already, so it's probably fine, right? But if it was a problem, they could easily just remove the dot and give them upfront damage buffs, right? What if they just made untargetable bosses still take dot damage? I know, right? Like, that's the thing that I've also talked about. Why is it that bosses become invulnerable and untargetable? That is a disadvantage to dot jobs. Why is it bosses become invulnerable and untargetable while they're doing certain mechanics so that the poor melee DPS don't lose uptime? Isn't that the point of the ranged attacks? Isn't the ranged attacks supposed to tax the ranged jobs for being able to do their rotation in those moments? Like, wasn't that the point? So like, these things are really weird. Why is that? Why do we have that? Like, if we have ranged attacks, then boss should be vulnerable during the, like, it should be attackable in these moments. Because that's what they paid for. That's what that machine is paid for with its ranged attacks, right? Surely. Similar to how the dots shoot damage in that time frame. But the reason is, as Angel said, boss dying mid-untargetable mechanic can be weird. It can also result in some situations where you might be able to skip something that isn't supposed to be skipped. So it's complicated, but the reasoning for why Paladin doesn't have a dot anymore, well, they have Circle of Scorn, I guess, but the reason why they don't maintain a dot anymore can be... I could grab that argument and use that same argument to say Bard shouldn't have a dot anymore. Samurai shouldn't have a dot anymore. Monk should not have a dot anymore. Healers shouldn't have dots anymore. Why do we have Dotton and Slipstream? They should not be here anymore. Thunder should be removed. Like, all of these things that are put on the boss only for the boss to just leave when you spend resources maintaining it, they could, like, actually, that also means that personal buffs like Storm's Eye, well, Surging Tempest, and these buffs, Huka and Thugetse, you also waste those when the boss leaves. Like, this argument isn't very good because it argues it can be used to remove basically anything you would have to maintain over the course of a fight, right? Why do we have Huton? Why do we have Darkside? Blah, 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 right? So, hopefully, they don't continue down this path because it's going to become very dumb very quickly. I don't think it would make dots really broken, but it would make it weird. Gunbreaker has Sonic Break, but Sonic Break isn't a maintained dot. It is just an attack that happens to have a dot. It's the same as Circle of Scorn. It doesn't have 100% uptime, so for some reason that's okay. Rest in peace, Darkseid. You seemed interesting, at least. Yeah, that's also a weird thing. Darkseid sounds a lot more interesting than it ends up being, I feel. Yeah, you're right. It is there half the time. But the reason why I'm saying this is Paladin lost Goring Blade as a dot to maintain. That one had 100% uptime. They didn't lose Circle of Scorn, which has a 50% uptime. So apparently the problem is with 100% uptime dots, such as, I don't know, Eucrasian Doses? Biolysis? Dia? And Combust 3. Those are technically fully maintained dots with 100% uptime. So they should also be removed by that same argument, right? That's why I'm saying it's kind of dumb. The reason why it isn't a problem for healers, just as an example, is because they all have one. If all 4 tanks had a dot they had to maintain 100% of the time, then Paladin wouldn't be at a disadvantage for having to do that. So that's the thing. That's why I'm saying it's kind of weird, but it wouldn't surprise me if we had more dots getting removed. And Beamy Poem says, if the dot could be replaced with high potency raw skill in its place, then the dot shouldn't exist. Sonic Break could just do an arbitrary amount of high damage instead of a dot, and no one would care. Probably most people wouldn't notice. Most people probably wouldn't notice that Circle of Scorn stopped being a dot. Balsas would. Well, that is an interesting point. Because dots scale with speed. In addition to crit directed and determination and tenacity for tanks. Which means that Sonic Break, which does a total of 900 potency of damage, would do more damage because it's a dot than an upfront attack that just does 900 potency of damage. Because Sonic Break does dot damage. Beamy says each dot tick can crit. Yeah, exactly. It's almost the same, Beamy. It's almost like it would be the same as... Now, you might be annoyed if I bring this one up again. It would almost be the same as if Hyosho Ranryu hit in 10 separate hits. But just immediately. It would be like a dot that just hits 10 times in 1 second. Which would cause the crit variance problem to be smaller. I'm just bringing that up because it's something I think we've talked, like I brought up with Beamy Poem a few times. Beamy isn't particularly convinced that it would be great if Ninja didn't have the big mega crit, I think. I think it was Beamy. But yeah, Sonic Break, because it's a dot, means that it actually draws additional damage gain from skill speed. Because it's a weapon skill, specifically. If it was a spell, it would draw it from spell speed. So that means that if you had an upfront 900 potency attack, just 900 potency right out the gate, Sonic Break would, on average, do more damage than the upfront attack. Assuming that the entire dot actually connects, right? Boss becomes invulnerable in the middle of Sonic Break. Too bad. And of course, assuming that you have skill speed. If you don't have very much skill speed, then the amount of damage that Sonic Break would do would be the same. Yeah, exactly, Beamy. I've brought it up on stream a few times as well. Yeah, the point is, a dot, just as is, would do more damage than an upfront attack on average, simply because they have an additional parameter that they scale with. It's just the amount of damage that it gains from that is typically meaningless. Because most of the jobs that have dots don't care that much about speed. Like Black Mage and Astrologian are like the prime examples, but their dot damage isn't that particularly significant. What's your GCD and Gunbreaker? Oh, I believe it's not super great. It's 249 because I have skill speed on my weapon. I would probably change that because I'd rather have 250. I'd just rather have 250. I just have skill speed on the weapon because I actually made this weapon before you could augment crafted gear. So I actually used that skill speed to get like 245 or something like that. And now I just don't want to invest the tomestones to change it because I could just get an augmented crafted weapon instead, right? Fast Gunbreaker is more fun. I like slow Gunbreaker more. I feel like it's more structured. Exactly, fun is relative. It requires a lot of shenanigans. Not in casual content, and I don't play Gunbreaker in hard content. Like in hard content, I'll play Warrior. Oh, weird! A GCD of exactly 2.5. Incredible! If anything, speed might help you greed a GCD. If you had, like, so the thing is, speed on Gunbreaker does matter. If you have a certain amount of skill speed, you can fit an extra GCD in No Mercy. This is important because it means that your opener and your No Mercy burst changes slightly to accommodate that. So that's why it is important whether you are or are not like on that threshold. And I am not on that threshold, which is why I should have 2.45, have 2.5 and not 2.49. Exactly, Angel. Although I do think I would also like slow Black Mage. The problem is that with gearing, I've just come to the conclusion that it's easier to just have a fast Black Mage build and then like a Red Mage Summoner build. And then like just make sure that those builds are completely separate as to the best of my ability, instead of having like some pieces that are in both. Demi says, I think Gunbreakers prefer higher skill speed and high-end content. Well, someone brought up the balance earlier. Let's see here. 2.5 or 2.45 are the two recommended builds. 2.41 is the comfort set with decent cooldown alignment for best in slots, of course. And then there's also 2.46 if you have really high ping. But yeah, no, you don't actually want that much speed. Not really. I remember some Gunbreakers went 237 in Shadowbringers. I also remember some Paladins going 237 in Stormblood and Shadowbringers. The reason being that if you were 237, I'm pretty sure that was like the exact point where you were able to loop Fight or Flight exactly. Like on the minute. Don't remember off the top of my head, but something to that effect. So people did actually get like an extremely like ridiculous amount of speed. But yeah, 2.4 was popular. I think what happened, because I do remember in Shadowbringers, in the raid tier where Memoria Misera was the thing, there was, I believe, a Gunbreaker build that was like 0.01% less damage, or was it 0.1% less damage than Best in Slot that used the helmet from Memoria Misera, which had like a 20 item level disadvantage compared to like the Savage helmet, but because it had skill speed on it, as opposed to most of the other gear from the raid tier, and it had 5 materia slots, it was good enough that it could compete. But that was because people believed that Gunbreaker needed 9 GCDs in their No Mercy window. Now I believe because, like with Endwalker, due to the existence of Double Down, like that extra GCD is just worth much less in comparison, so it's more significant to increase the damage of, like it's more significant to increase the total damage of your attacks, so it doesn't matter, like as in you can choose, they will do mostly the same damage. But the reason why slower Gunbreaker like became a thing, I think, is because of Double Down, because it means that it just like, but just using the Endwalker numbers, Double Down adds like close to 800 potency to the burst, just on top of everything else. Which isn't surprisingly, it isn't surprising that it would then lead to less speed being better, right? Because it means you can have more crit, or more determination, or more directed, which makes Double Down bigger. And all the other attacks you could fit in anyway. So that one extra GCD, which might just be Keen Edge, isn't that valuable anymore. But ultimately, there is some comfort in 2.4. I think it's been a while since I've seen Santo in the chat, but I do believe Santo said back in the second raid tier of Endwalker that they preferred 2.4 as a Gunbreaker main, simply because it was easier when you consider things like downtime. I also agree on that, Beamy, that it's really silly that they add an extra cartridge slot and then they add something to spend it. But I do want to say that there's one really nice thing about adding one additional cartridge slot. If your GSD is 2.5, specifically 2.5, then you will basically never have excess cartridges to use outside of No Mercy on Burst Strike. You will only use a Gnashing Fang combo outside of No Mercy. And then during No Mercy you'll spend everything else, but you don't have to vent cartridges outside of your burst because of the amount of cartridges you can contain. Rarely you will. If you have more skill speed, then that's a different story, but at the absolute basic level, you don't have any extra cartridges you need to get rid of at any point. On one hand, that's really, really smooth. On the other hand, that means if you miss any GCDs for any reason at all, like downtime, then your rotation is ruined. Exactly, Chelsea, and I'm pretty sure part of the reason why Gunbreakers discovered that, wait a minute, we don't need skill speed, was because there were these raid tiers where skill speed on gear with crit on it was basically non-existent. So you kind of had, like, if you wanted maximum damage, you couldn't just get skill speed. So people were like, well, do we need skill speed? And then they discovered that, no, we don't. This is a guess, of course. I don't know if that is how it actually went down, but it feels like that is how it went down, because it feels like Gunbreaker said, we need skill speed always, it's crucially important. Then a raid tier comes around going, you can't have skill speed, and Gunbreakers just go, okay, then we don't need it, I guess. There's the double Gnashing Fang combo that doesn't really work at level 90 because you need 2 cartridges for Double Down. I'm guessing what you mean is there's downtime, so you start the Gnashing Fang combo, and then when the boss comes back, you continue the Gnashing Fang combo, but by that point the cooldown has been finished, which is... Oh, Amokius, remember that the combo timers last 30 seconds now, since Endwalker. Let me see if I can do it just one try. You can also do this in PvP, by the way. But yeah, I think the answer to that one, Beamy, is they didn't want you to do that. They didn't want you to do that. At least not without Bloodfest. Anyway, we've gone pretty far over time where I normally would end these. However, if you enjoyed this stream and would like to see more of the wonderful people that you've seen in the chat or me, remember that there's a Discord community server where you will find most of these people. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening this week, and it's usually updated Sunday or Monday, so that you can keep up. You can also find the announcement room where I post whenever there's a new video added, whenever I plan a new stream, whatever it is, it usually shows up there first before anywhere else. You can also go into the role assignments, grab the reminder role, and then you will get a notification when I post a schedule, post a video, whatever it is. You'll also get a 15-minute reminder in advance when something time sensitive starts, such as a stream like this one, so you don't miss the start. Yeah, and if you did enjoy the stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on the stream, you know, the thumbs up on YouTube. That tells YouTube that this was a great stream, very enjoyable, and other people should watch it as well. So thank you so much in advance. I think that's everything. Tomorrow there's a video about the subject of where forced grinds went. Actually, internally, I called the video Hate Together, which is why it is on the thumbnail. It makes sense. You just have to watch the video to get it. I do make the sentence make sense. And aside from that, I do believe we have solo. Yep, solo on Thursday. Solo challenge stream on Thursday. So hope I'll see some of you for that. And yeah, I think that is everything. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.